Hello, chat. Very good afternoon. Welcome, welcome. Alrighty then. I hope we are all doing well today. Welcome to the stream. Welcome indeed. Alrighty, we've got a good one lined up today. I'm back after a bit of time away. I don't think I did any streams last week, did I? So apologies for that, but I actually went away on early Thursday last week, and unfortunately I just didn't have the time to get one in last week with all my other work and preparations and things like that. But we're back indeed, and yeah, super excited today because we've got so much new stuff to cover on the stream this week, and this is one I've been looking forward to for a long time. We've got the A2A simulations PA 2024-250 Comanche or Comanche. I'm not sure exactly how you say it. But yeah, really looking forward to this one today. It's, yeah, like I say, something I've been looking forward to for a long time now. If you guys are unaware of A2A simulations, some of you may be, if you're new to flight simming with Microsoft Flight Simulator, I certainly was. But A2A are a flight sim development company that have gone back, a long way. And they are renowned for their super high detailed simulations of various different aircraft. And this one is no different, and they've really, I think, raised the bar with what is possible in this sim in terms of the depth of simulation and the interactivity and sort of persistent nature of the sim. So I'm really looking forward to this one. I have already had a bit of a go in it. I couldn't help myself yesterday when I picked it up. Did a few traffic patterns, had a play around with the EFB and the various different bits and bats. And it's really cool. It's really cool. Whether you like GA or not, this is a very cool aircraft. And even if you don't like GA too much, if you're into your high fidelity simulations of airliners or whatever, that's what we mainly do on the stream. This should pique your interest a little bit, I think, because it is so high detail. And obviously we've already had some really good GA aircraft for the sim, and this is just a whole other world, really. And the depth and detail is just absolutely bonkers. So really looking forward to getting into that. We're going to be flying as well the Fokker later in the week on Friday, which is another new aircraft to the stream. Obviously, you guys have probably seen it tons as it released last week. I unfortunately didn't have any of the time to do that last week, have a go at it, but I do have it now in my hangar, and looking forward to streaming that on Friday. We're going to be doing some classic VOR navigation in the F28 Fokker. And yeah, looking forward to that one as well. I actually forget the route off the top of my head, but yeah, that's what we're going to be doing on Friday. It's going to be from Helsinki to Stockholm, Arlanda. A real-world historic routing is what I've chosen, so looking forward to that. However, today what we're going to be doing is we're going to be flying from Leeds, Bradford, my local airport. And we're going to be flying from Leeds, Bradford to VFR. We're going to be flying VFR on VATSIM. And we're going to be flying basically to the northwest, up through the north part of England, over the Lake District and into Scotland, over Glasgow. And then we're going to be flying into the Scottish Highlands and making a couple of touch and goes at some really remote grass airstrips in the Scottish Highlands, and then onwards to the Isle of Skye, where we'll be landing at Broadford airstrip or airfield at the very end. So it should be very cool. I don't think I've ever landed at these grass strips before on stream, and I have flown into them a lot off stream, and they're some of my favorite airfields to land at. The area around them and the actual airfields themselves are just so cool. I mean, they're tiny, they're just grass strips, but they're just very cool. So looking forward to that today. And yeah, that's the plan. I've got it all planned out, the routing, which we'll go through briefly. I don't want to spend too much on the briefing of the route because I know, you know, I just want to get into the flying of the aircraft and having a look at it with you guys. But yeah, that's the plan for today. So if you want to join, we are going to be on VATSIM doing the VFR flight, but multiplayer is on. So if you want to join along on multiplayer, you're absolutely more than welcome. Just make sure you select live players before you load up the flight. So you have all players or live players. Make sure you select live players. That's going to force you to fly live time, live weather. But that's what we're doing today. So if you want to join along, North Europe server, live players. Or obviously join on VATSIM as well if you want to get in on the ATC action. I'm not expecting any real large amounts of ATC for this trip today. It's probably going to be pretty quiet in terms of ATC, but I thought I would do it on VATSIM just in case. I mean, VFR flying in general on VATSIM is, you know, I suppose it depends where you're flying. But this particular route, it would be generally very quiet and mostly Unicom anyway. So it's up to you if you want to join along on either of those networks. I'm just drinking my cup of tea here as well. I hope you don't mind. Right, so who have we got in the chat then? We've got Lackey, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Liana, welcome. Good afternoon. Thank you for the prompt about the music as well. I completely forgot to launch OBS as well on my other computer. So thank you very much for that. MPS, welcome to the chat. Good afternoon. Roy, good afternoon. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Welcome indeed. Steon, welcome. Daz, welcome indeed. David, Cap, welcome. Purchased yesterday. Amazing bird. Hats off to A2A. Yeah, it is fantastic, isn't it? Really good, David. Glad you're enjoying it as well. Captain KV, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Otto, welcome indeed. Just got the plane a few minutes ago, not flown it yet. Wanted to watch the stream, maybe learn some stuff first. Yeah, well, hopefully I could show you some things. I mean, I only got it yesterday myself. I'm not an expert with this plane by any means, and most certainly not an expert of piston engine aircraft either by any means. But yeah, I mean, hopefully we can all share the learning experience as well. But I have flown it a little bit, and it is pretty easy airplane to operate, I won't lie. But yeah, I think some of the finer points will take a while to master. MPS says, nice, we have sunshine, not rain, as usual this month. And look at Tour de France in Alps. Lucky I didn't need to run up and down the mountains, more relaxed. Yeah, very good. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, I bet that's pretty rough in the sunshine there in the Alps at this time of year. But yeah, it's actually fairly sunny here today as well. While I was away, I don't know if I think I mentioned to you guys on stream, I was going to a festival over the weekend, last weekend, just gone. Festival called Beat Herder Festival. It's not that far away from me, but it's a music festival. It was like a 4-day thing. Well, it was 5 days really, from Thursday till Monday, and for about most of Friday, most of Saturday, and all through the night, it absolutely pissed it down, and it was a very muddy affair. I took some. I'm glad I took some really waterproof heavy boots with me, because now they're literally from sole to the top of the boots. They're just absolutely covered in mud, and it was very muddy and wet. Righto, guys. So let's have a look then. So here we are on the ground at Leeds, Bradford. Here's the A2A PA-24 in front of us. Very beautiful aircraft. I love the styling of a lot of the Piper aircraft. So yeah, big fan. With the tip tanks as well, you love to see it. And immediately, one thing I noticed on this aircraft is that I don't know if any other GA aircraft are doing this in the sim. Maybe they are, but they have the customizable registration, which you can put in through the main menu, and it will actually, it's not just in that basic font. Do you know what I mean? It's actually in, you know, quite a stylized font there, which is really cool actually, because I don't think I've seen that on any other GA aircraft. Usually it's just baked into the livery, but yeah, you can have this really, you can have a custom reg on any of the liveries that come with the aircraft, and yeah, they all look really nice. They look like the part of that livery, which is super, super cool, because I know with the JustFlight Piper aircraft, it tends to be, you know, baked into the livery from what I remember. So yeah, that's a really, really cool thing. I'm just going to eat this angel slice, chat. Bear with me. I'm a little bit peckish. I didn't have time to eat before the stream. Right. So we're at Leeds, Bradford. Let's first have a quick look at the routing we're going to fly today. And we'll get it filed on VATSIM. And then we'll move forward from there, I think. We'll just do a quick run through of the routes. I'm not going to go too crazy with everything on it. All the small little details about VFR flying. But fortunately, it's quite a simple route in terms of, you know, transiting various different airspaces. So there's not too much to say, to be honest. But let's have a look. So I planned this all actually on Navigraph in its entirety. Which I've not done before for VFR flying. Usually I'll use a little nav map, but I thought, because we've now got the weather layers in here, I'll give it a try on here. And it's working out pretty nice, and obviously we've got the VFR layer as well, which is new since I last flew VFR actually. So let's have a quick look. So this is obviously the VFR map you can see in the background here. We're going to depart Leeds, Bradford. Runway 32 is what we're expecting here. And we'll take off and immediately take a left turn. And we'll head outbound to the Salts Mill visual reporting point. Now, obviously there's no ATC online here, but if we were departing, it's quite likely ATC would ask us to fly out to one of these visual reporting points. We've got Salts Mill here. We've got E-Cup Reservoir, Arthington Viaduct, and I think there's another one down here. Yep, Chain Bar Roundabout. So these are visual reporting points. Now, Leeds Bradford doesn't have any sort of specific arrival departure procedures as such, like some airports do. Like, for example, you can see this airport here, this grass strip, actually has a specific... It's very simplistic, but it's got a specific arrival route onto the traffic pattern there. And some of them are even more complex, like, for example, here at Doncaster, Sheffield. So, yeah, Leeds Bradford is a little bit simpler. So we're just going to fly out initially to Salts Mill. Then we're basically going to head out to the northwest over to Keighley here. This is actually heading very, very close to where I'm actually physically sat here streaming from, which is interesting. It'll be interesting to see how it looks in the sim at this moment in time. So we're going to head out to Keighley, then up to Skipton. Then we're going to basically follow the this road here, which I forget what road it is. It doesn't actually say the road name on there. I think it's the A650 or something like that. But we're basically going to follow out from Skipton all the way to Settle along the south edge of the Yorkshire Dales here. This is the Yorkshire Dales National Park up here. Then we're going to head up this valley through Horton and Ribblesdale. We're going to head up to the Ribblehead Viaduct, which is just up here. Quite an impressive viaduct in the Yorkshire Dales. From Ribblehead Viaduct, we're then going to actually climb up. We'll have to climb a bit higher here because we've got this high mountain Whernside here, 2,415 feet. We'll have to climb up to at least 3,500 before passing through this section here to clear the mountains. Flying VFR, you do need to keep at least 1,000 feet separation from the ground. I'm not mentioning anything about the airspace here as well, by the way, chat, because really there's nothing that's going to affect our flight. So the only thing that would affect us if ATZ were online is departing from Leeds here. We're going to initially climb to 2,000 feet, and basically once we've sort of headed outbound from Salts Mill here, and we pass through this line here at 2,000 feet, we're actually no longer in the Leeds TMA, which you can see starts at 2,500 feet. So we're going to basically fly under the airspace and then exit it. And then we'll probably stay at 2,000 feet as we follow this all the way out here. And then as settle, we'll climb up to 3,500. And then following over the Yorkshire Dales here, all the way out onto this other side. Small village Sedberg here, and then we're going to continue out past Kendal up to Windermere, which is on the southeast part of the Lake District. Then we'll just follow. We'll probably climb again another bit higher here to 4,000 feet. Continuing up over Windermere, Ambleside, and over, I think this is, I can't remember what the name of this lake is here. Thirlmere, I think it is, something like that. Past Helvellyn, anyway, here, one of the high peaks in the Lake District. And then up to Keswick and Derwent Water here. We'll then continue on up through Bassenthwaite, over Bassenthwaite water here. I can't remember if it's water or lake or something like that. Skiddaw on our right. And then this is going to be quite a hard section of the trip with very little sort of visual aid to guide us. But we'll basically head out on a rough track of 331 degrees out there towards the coast. And then we'll head out over Silith, and then continue on the 331 over the I can't remember what this is called here, this water here, but we're going to go across it over towards Dumfries, passing Dumfries and over to Thornhill. Again, nothing really concerning us regarding the airspace around here. I think probably once we've passed over Keswick as well, we'll continue our climb up a little bit higher as well, just to get a little bit more economy out of the plane, potentially up to, I think, probably 6,000 or 7,000. So we'll continue across here. As you can see, the Class A airspace here doesn't start till flight level 095 and flight level 085 on the other side. Continuing on past Dumfries, and then again through, we'll basically follow this railway track out to Thornhill. And then carrying on, following the railway track over this way. And then we're coming into probably what is going to be one of the, well, I wouldn't say harder parts of the route to transition, but one of the more sort of in real world, probably be quite a busy area. But we're basically going to continue from Thornhill. We'll have to leave the railway track on a heading of 337 degrees. And we're going to continue on out that way. We'll then climb up. We'll make sure we're actually above. We can fly above this this airspace here. So let's see, where does it end? It ends at 6,000 there. So what we'll do is we'll climb up to 7,000 actually. So yeah, after we pass the Lake District, we'll go up to 7,000 and get a bit of height and continue on at 7,000 all the way across here. And then now, I've put East Kilbride on here as a... this is a visual reporting point for an arrival into Glasgow, VFR. Now, because we're actually going to be above the Glasgow TMA here, you can see if I right-click and look down in the bottom right, you can see we've got... sorry, not TMA. We've got the Glasgow CTR, which is from ground to 6,000 feet. You might not necessarily be able to make that out super well. If I zoom in, you can see it right there. So if we were flying below 6,000, we might request a clearance from the controllers. We'll ask if we can enter the CTR via East Kilbride and transition across to Alexandria and over the field as well, which would be quite cool. However, we don't have any ATC online. So I mean, we could probably get away with flying lower into the CTR there and transit across, which we might even do. It might be quite a good view here, passing across Glasgow. But nevertheless, East Kilbride, and then heading basically straight across to this estuary here, over the centre of Glasgow, and then over to Alexandria. And then you can see on the other side here, we've got Class E airspace, which is between 4,000 and 6,000. which is not a huge concern of ours. We can go into the Class E without a clearance, so that's fine, but we will be flying it above it nevertheless, 7,000 feet. Then from Alexandria, we'll basically follow this lock. We'll follow that up to the northwest, following up the valley here to the top of the lock, and then we'll basically turn to the west, following this. I think this is power lines here. We'll basically follow the power lines all the way across until we join into this other lock. And then we'll basically follow the edge of these mountains around, following this road even. All the way over to Oban Airport here. We'll pass overhead Oban. And then we're going to head out to the west. Again, following the water to the west to our first stop of the day. We may do a touch and go here. We may do a full stop just to take in the surroundings a little bit. Depends if people are flying along, I might stop here and we'll see some landings coming in as well. But we'll head to the west to Glenforsa. Very, very cool airstrip there. I've actually put that in as a custom waypoint because it's not actually... The runway shows here on Navigraph, but it doesn't actually come up as an airport that you can select as a point. So put that in as a custom waypoint. We'll do a landing there. And we'll basically come back on ourselves. And again, following this part of the route should be super easy to navigate. We'll basically just climb back out again we'll climb out to 6,000 feet here, and then take a left turn, follow the lock all the way up over Loch Lochy and up to Loch Ness, where Fort Augustus airfield, our second stop, will be. We'll make a landing here as well. And then we'll need to climb back up, and then we'll probably, depending on which way we land and take off, we'll probably have to climb up before we can turn again to the west and follow this road. Again, you can see you've got a lot of high mountains here, so we'll have to climb up quite high before we can actually turn in over the land. You can see here we've got we've got some peaks at 1804, but we've also got wind turbines as well, which are much higher. So yeah, we'll need to bear in mind we need to keep 1,000 feet separation between ourselves and the obstacles below when we're VFR. So then we'll turn in westbound, follow the road in. Again, come over another small little lock here, following the road all the way around to this inlet. Following that around and through into the bay here. And then this is our final destination, Broadford here on the Isle of Skye. So that's our routing. Like I say, nothing really too crazy to pay attention to regarding airspace, because it is quite a sort of a sparsely populated area in terms of airports and air traffic. We've just got to be careful of the Class A's and the CTR here. Make sure we're flying at the correct altitudes, which shouldn't be too much of a big deal. You can see this Class A airspace all the way up here. That's what the red dotted line is. You can't fly VFR in Class A in the UK, but we will be flying underneath it for all of this journey out here. You can see it starts at flight level 095 here, 095 here, 085 here, but again, we're going to be at 2,000 feet coming out over here. So yeah, that is the plan for today. Like I said, don't want to go too much more crazy in terms of looking at the routing. I will have a quick look at the weather. I have had a look at this already. You can sort of see cloud cover here, not really going to be an issue. This is at flight level 20 and flight level 60. You can see there is some cloud cover over the east of Scotland there. And if we just skip forwards a little bit, it's not really moving in towards our routing. So it shouldn't really be too much of a concern of ours. Obviously cloud, we need to stay clear of it, being VFR. And that could impede our routing or a flight as well. In terms of air SIGMETs, there aren't any in the area. So again, nothing to worry about there. Turbulence. This is one I did not actually look at earlier on, but it looks like it is going to be quite a turbulent ride to begin with until we can climb up to 7,000 or flight level 70. So as you can see, quite a bit of turbulence in the area. And yeah, it's going to be sticking around. So we'll have to climb up as soon as we can do, really. or just put up with the turbulence, really. Transition altitude, for you guys wondering, in the UK is 3,000 feet if you're VFR, and it does vary depending if you're flying through certain CTRs, but 3,000 otherwise. So that's why we're referring to it as a flight level above that. What else can we look at? There's not too much else that we can look at here. I mean, visibility. Visibility looks like it's not going to be an issue again. There are certain restrictions regarding visibility when flying VFR in the UK and any country for that matter. And if you guys are interested, again, I'm not going to go into this in too much detail. You can come onto the AIP here. If you just Google AIP for any country, for example, AIP UK is what I searched for. Top result there, current AIP there. And then you can come into here and basically just drill down any of these sections here and have a look at the various different restrictions in place. So see, for example, visual flight rules here. You know, if you're flying below flight level 100 and above 3,000 feet AMSL, or above 1,000 feet above terrain, whichever is the higher airspace class A, B, C, D, E, F, G, you need 5 kilometers visibility and 1,500 meters horizontally and 300 meters vertically from clouds. And there's all sorts of information on here, which I have looked through and just made sure I'm a little bit up to date on, just out of my, you know, because I'm interested and we'd like to do this properly. But if you guys are interested, that's where you can find out some of that info as well. I also did put the route into SkyVector as well, mainly just because SkyVector has this super useful navlog. Now, you can click on this navlog button once you've pasted the route in there. I basically just went to Navigraph, export, copy to clipboard like that, and went into here and pasted it in. And you can click on the navlog and it'll basically give you this navlog, which is super, super useful because it's basically going to take into account all the current weather for the routing. It'll give you all your fuel burn based on the figures that you put in. So they might not be super, super accurate regarding the fuel burn, but it gives you a general idea. And then more importantly, it gives you a magnetic heading you can fly. So if I just zoom in a bit here, you can see here we've got this magnetic heading here, MH, which is a adjusted magnetic heading based on the wind. So for example, when we're flying some of these further legs, like up here, for example, we've got this leg here, this 34-mile leg, 337 degrees heading, but let's see where that's going to be. So that's just before East Kilbride, which 34 miles. Let's see. You can see that leg right here. You can see magnetic heading we should fly is 333. 333 degrees there rather than 337. So that's going to basically fly us on that track. I mean, it's not going to be an exact science, let's face it, when we actually do it, but it is super useful to refer back to as well. And you can also have the time of the legs as well. So if you wanted to start a stopwatch each leg, you've got your timings down here as well. So, for example, that leg specifically should take 17 minutes to fly if we fly on that track. And that should take us 17 minutes to get to the East Kilbride there from Thornhill. So that's that. Now, we do need to file this flight plan on VATSIM. Guys, I will just catch up with your messages once I've got this done. But yeah, if you've got any questions, feel free to ask. I just want to get this out the way, really, so we can get cracking with the flight. So, regarding filing on VATSIM, should be quite straightforward, but let's have a look then. So I'm just going to go onto the My VATSIM website here. I eat a bit more of my angel slice. And then we'll go to File Flight Plan. So we'll just run through this. It should be not too difficult. So the call sign is going to be the registration of the aircraft, Golf Bravo Foxtrot Zulu Yankee. We're going to be flying VFR. Aircraft type is a PA-24 and weight category is light. Equipment. Now, this is something I wanted to double check. So we can come on to this website here for flights, and basically it gives you your ICAO equipment guide. So standard is basically ILS, VOR, VHF, COM, which we have. So we'll put an S. And then we also do have some other stuff as well. We don't have a GPS. We're not going to use a GPS. We do have a DME. Actually, no, we don't think we do have a separate DME. We do have a separate ADF, though. So that's F. We don't have inertial. We don't have any of these. So SF will be what should do it for our equipment. Transponder is going to be S. And then we're departing EGNM. Off blocks UTC, we're aiming for 1600 Zulu. So in about 15 minutes time. And the initial cruise is going to be at 2,000 feet. Airspeed we're expecting to fly. Now, I'm not 100% certain on the exact performance of this aircraft just about yet, but we're going to say about 150 knots. And then we're arriving at EGEI. And our alternate that I've chosen is OBAN EGEO. En route time, we're expecting, we can get this time off SkyVector here, which is super useful. 2 hours and 38 minutes. So yes, Stian, it is a fairly lengthy flight. It may take us less time than that, but let's put in 2 hours and 40 minutes on there. So 0240. And then fuel endurance. I'm not exactly sure how much endurance this aircraft has off the top of my head, but I think it's around 5 hours. We're going to take just about a full tank, so we'll take 5 hours there. And then the routing, we're going to go EGNM, and we're initially going to go out to Salts Mill, which is SML. Then we're going to go, we're just going to put in the location names of where we're going, basically. I'm not going to put every location in because that would be so many different waypoints. So we'll just put in initially, we'll put Skipton. We'll put in Skipton, Settle, and Kendall. Then we'll put in Windermere. Guess we're going to go and make a turn to the north there. We'll put in Keswick. And then Dumfries. Dumfries to Glasgow. And then from Glasgow, we're going to go to, now this might be a bit more tough. We'll put OBAN, EGEO. And then we'll put, yeah, we'll just put EGEI at the end there. In fact, we'll just take off the departure and the arrival airports there. So that's, yes, that's there. So that's fine. And that's everything, really. We don't really need to put any of this stuff in the bottom. We've got voice rules, voice. And that should do it. Good. File flight plan. And then we can go ahead and just connect on VATSIM. PA-24. And there we go. That's that done. So, if you guys were wondering how to do that, there you go. Hopefully that helps. Now, in the real world, you would probably, from what I've learned, is for each fix, you would actually put in, for each sort of location you're going to, you would put in a VOR, radial, and distance. So, for example, for Keithley here, you might put in Pole Hill. You'll put POL, and then the radial, which would be about, what, 0.035, and then a mile. how far that distance is, which is probably about, what, 50 miles? So you would put POL 03515. And then you would put that in for each of the fixes. You'd have to work that out for each of the places that you're going to. Right, good. So that is that all done. We'll have a quick look at departure procedures from Leeds Bradford here, which is very, very straightforward. We already really know them. We'll check the METAR as well whilst we're here. So the weather at Leeds Bradford, we've got at the moment, 28 minutes ago, we've got winds 290 at 14 knots. So fairly windy, 10 kilometers or over visibility, light showers of rain, scattered clouds at 2000, and temperature of 18 degrees, QNH1 at 015. So we might have to do some cloud dodging for departure with our initial cruise being at 2000. But regarding the departure, we're currently at the East Multi-Flight apron here, and we're going to basically depart runway 32. So what we'll have to do is we'll taxi basically straight on to Lima, and then we'll backtrack runway 32. In fact, we might not even need to backtrack. We might just take off from Lima and just add a bit of flapping for our takeoff so that we can get airborne a little bit quicker. I think that should probably do it, actually. To be honest, this aircraft takes off in very short order if you use some flaps for the departure. So we could just do that. That might be better as well, with that, given our large amount of fuel we're taking. Right, good. So that is pretty much the route briefing. I hope I didn't bore you guys too much with that. I hope some of you guys found it interesting. You can see the sun's actually coming out here in Leeds, which is very nice to see. Let me just catch up with a few of these messages here. Mike, good afternoon. Welcome indeed. Stian, welcome to the chat. Commentator, welcome. Ollie, welcome indeed. Hope you're doing well. All right, all right. What do you guys prefer, Southern Europe weather with 43 degrees or the Northern Europe weather? I mean, at the moment, Roy, oh man, it's so hot in the south of Europe, isn't it, at the moment? They're having that huge heat wave. I would definitely prefer to be where I am. Yeah. Stian woke up to 10 degrees this morning. I had to start a fire. Crikey. That is very cool. But yeah, 43 degrees. Yeah, I agree, Stian. Very, very much too hot. Captain KV says, I did a bit of flying in a Piper Cherokee 20 years ago, coming from the little Cessnas. It's quite a big upgrade in power and comfort. Very nice, my friend. Very nice. I can imagine. I can imagine. All right, all right. MPS says, I don't almost not fly GA, but have the JustFlight Pipers. Pretty nice aircraft with the Airsoft Twin Otter. I really fly them. Use more commercial aircraft. Yeah, that's fair enough, MPS. I mean, I'm pretty much the same. But hopefully once you see this, you will see how amazing it is. Really, it's so good. And even if you don't fly GA, this might interest you. Destination in the dark. Hopefully not, MPS. It shouldn't be dark when we get there. It should still be light. I think VFR is one of the best ways to enjoy MSFS. You can see so much more. Spot something interesting, Google it. Yeah, amen, Stian. Yeah, it is super nice. And I mean, obviously you get to just appreciate the beauty of the sim so much more, I think, in VFR flights, especially if you're flying low and slow, because I mean, you just don't see that when you're flying an airliner. Dave, welcome. Hope you're doing well. George, welcome to the chat. Can SimBrief handle VFR routes? I've never used SimBrief for VFR. Probably not, because no, it's more of an IFR planner, really, is SimBrief. You could probably, I mean, you could What you could probably do is plan it like I've done through Navigraph and then copy and paste it into SimBrief. And then, yes, it would handle it, actually. Yeah, actually, no, what am I on about? Yeah. SimBrief could handle a VFR flight plan. You would just need to make it, you would just need to plot it out first in a different software and then copy and paste it into SimBrief. And then it should give you all of the required, fuel and things like that. But personally, I think SkyVector is just as good. Alexander, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. First impressions, absolutely insane. So good. Does it have sense in the world where many others make similar quality models but faster and cheaper? Well, I mean, if you're referring to aircraft like Coronado or anything like that, then, I mean, this is a beautiful looking model and it is absolutely fantastic looking aircraft, but it also has the depth there as well, which you'll see shortly. And it's absolutely, bonkers in terms of the amount of detail in this aircraft. So, yeah, I mean, I think, it definitely has a place, certainly, for anyone that likes more high fidelity simulation. Yeah, I'm sure it will appeal to those kind of people, myself especially. Like, personally, I don't really own any Coronado aircraft. Because I think, I will admit I don't know that much about Coronado's aircraft, except for the very nice looking. But they definitely don't go quite as deep as, say, JustFlight do, or nowhere near what A2A are doing here. VR part is very good info. I wonder if that's possible in SimBrief. Yeah, I'm not sure if that would be possible in SimBrief, Roy, but that's not really the VR thing that I mentioned. I think that's more for ATC, for your ATC flight plan versus your personal, what you would use to navigate. Michael, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Welcome indeed. Yeah, it is really good. It is really good. Here, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Soren, welcome. Good to see you. No worries at all, my friend. No worries at all. And Daz, yes, it does indeed. From my experience, SimBrief cannot handle VFR because it doesn't have very specific VRPs or VFR waypoints. Even VFR routes. Yeah, exactly, Alexander. Yeah, so SimBrief, yeah. I mean, a lot of the visual reporting points and things like that, they're not in the normal nav data. So, yeah, SimBrief wouldn't be able to just give you the routes. But if you give SimBrief the route, so, like, for example, if you copy and paste the routing like I've made today over on Navigraph, and then you copy that into SimBrief, then it will be able to map it out for you. But it may just not necessarily recognize those fixes as what their actual name is. But if you put in the coordinates of those fixes, it'll still be able to show you the route on a map and whatever. It's just it won't sort of give you that as a suggestion, if that makes sense. Right, okay, I think I'm all caught up with the chat and we're ready to rock and roll. So let's have a look at this beautiful aircraft then. I'm going to turn the music down. I'm going to turn the sim volume up as much as possible here so you guys can get a good listen at everything going on here. So we're here at Leeds, Bradford. The sun's come out. It's looking very nice. We've got the dark clouds still low, but it's so good with that contrast in the sim, I find. But yeah, here we are. Here is the Comanche, still not sure, by A2A Simulations. I don't really need to say too much about the model and the texturing and things like that here. It is absolutely next level. If you look at the way the light's shining off the different panels, you can see how there's a clear sort of a distinction in where the panels meet and things like that. It is really stunning, the actual modeling and texturing of this thing. As you can see, as I said earlier, you've got the dynamic registration decal there that you can change yourself, and just using the Microsoft Flight Simulator menu, and it's absolutely brilliant. It will give you a nice custom font and it looks really nice. That works on all of the liveries as well, which is super cool. Let's come in a little bit closer, shall we? Let's just do a bit of this real quick. And there we go. So yeah, as you can see, the detailing is just incredible. We're actually going to have a much closer look at this model when we do the walk around here. But as you can see, it is just absolutely sublime. One of the best models we've seen and best texturing we've seen. We have got some very, very good GA aircraft that have been modeled and textured in the sim so far, but I think this one just has such nice little details on it. Like, for example, you can see the 3D modeled hinges here for the engine cover, and all of the different 3D modeled you know, you've got these hinges here, the screws are 3D. It's just fantastic. And can we actually come in here? Can't really, no. But yeah, it's really, really great model, and I don't really need to say too much more. You guys can see for yourselves. It's really, really nice, and you can see you've got nice little bits of wear here on the exterior, and yeah, what else do I say? It is great. Really, really nice. Alrighty, so let's jump inside then, shall we? And we'll have a look at what we can do with this thing. Comanche, yeah, I thought it was. I thought it was. Thanks, Sean. But yeah, I second guess myself all the time. Wonder if there's an option where you can choose a GPS. There is indeed. Yeah, we'll have a look at that in a second. Right, let's jump inside then, shall we? Boom. And here we are inside the Comanche. As you can see inside, still the same story. The texturing and modeling is just brilliant. Oh, and look at that. So this aircraft is persistent. And when I flew this yesterday, I must have forgotten to turn off the fuel tanks. Oopsie daisies. But yeah, here we are inside. You can open and close pretty much everything. Everything works in here. Even the vents here, you can twizzle around and open and close. And it does actually change the sound as well when you do that. So if I close that, see it gets a little bit quieter. Close the door. A little bit quiet still. Close the latch. Almost completely silent. But then you can see you can open the vents as well. Like, don't know if you guys can hear that. You might have to turn your volume up, but you can open and close the vents here, and you can actually hear the outside sound depending. Oh my god, I've just noticed that. Wait. Yeah, so you can actually hear the sound coming through the vent differently depending on where it's angled. So it's angled facing towards me at the moment, so I can actually hear the noise. But if I angle it away from me, I can't hear it as much. Which is just absolutely insane. And then can't hear it at all now. Super, super, super cool. Let's open the door anyway whilst we're setting up. Lovely stuff. Right, so welcome aboard. We've got this little light as well, which you can move around. These vents all move around as well. Everything is just working in here, which is just fantastic. So cool. There's vents up here as well. You can move those. They're a little bit harder to move, these ones, I find, than some of the other stuff. Oops. But very, very cool indeed. Oops, I keep pressing my mouse wheel in by accident. And you guys might have seen there, if I just popped outside, there's now a pilot in the aircraft because we got inside. So there's a pilot there. But, for example, you know, if you want to disembark the aircraft, right, what you can do here, you can actually click on, you see this little sort of grip strip here where you would normally, you know, get out and walk out of the aircraft, right? If I click there, it takes me outside and the pilot's gone. How cool is that? I've not seen that before in this sim. So, yeah, very, very cool little thing, I thought. And if we jump back inside, you can see now we're back in there. Which is super, super cool. Right, so before we do the pre-flight, Let's jump into the tablet then. So you can see we've got a nice little tablet down here. We can just grab that and bring that up. And now, again, something that I haven't seen before in Microsoft Flight Simulator. It might have been done by another developer, but I haven't seen it personally. We've got the tablet there. Now, obviously, there's been tablets done in the sim before, but you can actually grab this one and move it around, which is super, super cool. So if you want to just have it like maybe down here on your seat, you can have it down here, or you can move it over to the side, or you can move it up here, or over here. Wherever you want it, it'll go there, and then you can click the button, it'll go away, but it will also come back to the position that you left it at, which is super, super nice as well. And I love that. I think that's really, really good. I've only really seen that. Like I said, I don't think I've seen it in this sim. I've definitely seen it in X-Plane before, but not in this sim. And yeah, you can also scroll it to bring it a little bit further closer to you or further away, which is very, very cool. Lovely. Right, so let's have a look real quick at the tablet. I'm not going to go through everything in super loads of detail here because we can go through some of it whilst we're in the air, but let's just let's have a look. So we've got the flight info, which is just going to give you some live information about the current weather and the aircraft. You can see the endurance there and our current airspeed, current ground speed. You've got basically just some cheat info, I suppose, if you want to call it. Some cheating info if you want to just, you know, get some nice raw figures. You've also got some other notes about various different speeds here, which is always useful to know. You've also got this one here, which is quite cool. This is, you see the green passenger here. This is the temperature of the passengers, how warm or cold they feel inside the aircraft. So you can see green at the moment. I actually feel, you know, a nice temperature, but if you're too cold, it'll go white. Sorry, it'll go blue, or if you're too hot, it'll go red. And then you've got obviously the temperature inside the aircraft. Fortunately, it's quite nice outside at the moment. 18 degrees, same as inside the aircraft. So that's nice. You've got the checklist there as well, full checklists, which is super, super nice. And then you've even got emergency checklists as well, because this aircraft does have wear and tear. You can mess it up and it can fail. So you've got the full emergency checklist there as well, which is super, super cool. Controls. Now, this is something that probably everybody is used to in most aircraft add-ons, but you've got some cool stuff here that, again, we haven't seen before. We've got the tow, which, I mean, we have seen that before, but look at how this is implemented. So if I click on this tow, it pops me out here, and you can see, look at that, a little tow bar has just attached itself. We're going to use that later on, but we can do that and then pop back inside. We've got the MISC stuff. We've got all this stuff here. Now, you can see there's a toggle for all this stuff. Now, this is kind of all almost redundant, all of this stuff here. This is just for convenience, because you can actually click and interact with all this stuff yourself. So, for example, we've got the controls lock there. You can see that's toggled on. That's here. I can actually click on that. You can see it's now deselected. Oops. And that actually goes down there. But I can also replace it by clicking on it again, and then it's there. So these are all actually redundant. They're just for convenience more than anything. And we've got headphones there, which we'll have a look at later on, which is also quite a nice little cool feature. In fact, let's just do it now. If we click on the headphones jack, and if you listen carefully to the sound. Now I've got the headphones on. It's gone a lot quieter. And we can actually put on noise cancellation as well, which is not really having that much of an effect right now because it's so quiet, but we'll have a look at that when we're in the air. But I'm going to leave the headphones off for so you guys can hear the full soundscape. We've also got the baggage door as well, which again you can click on when we get outside, and basically it's all just convenience stuff. Basically, we've got jacks as well, which again not something we've seen, I don't think, in the sim. So we can actually put the aircraft on jacks, which will lift it up like so. If we pop outside, we can now see the aircraft is on jacks, which is kind of cool. You can do your maintenance or whatever you want, but you can also test the landing gear while it's in this position. So if I pop the master switch on and then pop up the landing gear, you can see, there we go. Which is quite cool. We've obviously got an alarm going off because we are the aircraft thinks we're too low, but there you go. We'll turn the battery master off now so we don't waste the battery power. Take it off the jacks, and there we are. We've got an engine heater as well. I've not actually used this before, but you can put an engine heater on there, and it's going to basically warm up your oil engine over a period of time. The wire just doesn't seem to actually lead to anything, but it is there. I suppose if you park next to a hangar, this might look a little bit more immersive, but this is a persistent aircraft, as you guys may have noticed, and I've already mentioned. You can see there's a cockpit persistence here. Now, for example, say if you wanted to warm up your oil in your engine, it takes about 2 hours to get up to, you know, a reasonable heat. So what you could do is you could put the engine heater on, and obviously because if you've got cockpit persistence turned on, I would assume the engine heater will actually stay there. So next time you boot up the sim, the engine oil should be nice and heated up for you for when you next want to do a flight, if it's winter or something like that. So cool little thing. We'll get rid of that, and again we've got more stuff for the lights and electric. Again, it's all redundant, it's all here, but convenience. Nice to have options. We've got some controls for the autopilot, and we've got some basically auto start, cold and dark kind of presets like we're used to on other aircraft. Gyro drift and various other options here. I'm going to leave those all on, and then you can have some advanced options here, which is really, really cool to see the amount of detail that's gone in here. We've got the 8.33 kilohertz comm spacing there, which I've got turned on because we're flying in Europe, of course. Three-way gear switch we could turn on and off. That's just for compatibility with controllers, because you can see it's a three-way position. If you turn that off, it doesn't make it not a three-way position, but it just means that when you're using the control assignments, it might just work a little bit better for you if you've got a two-way switch. Original prop lever, which I might just turn on. Actually, you can see you've got the original prop lever here, which you can also put to a more modern one there. Let's go with the original one, shall we? And then you can actually sort of tweak the rudder trim speed, the elevator trim speed, and the elevator force as well, which is, again, is just showing how much detail there is to mess with here. I'm actually going to click the elevator trim speed down a tiny bit there, just because I found when I last flew it, it was sometimes a little bit difficult to get it perfectly in trim. So I'll just knock that down a little bit. And you can customize the turbulence strength, the turbulence, whether you're flying a VR or flat screen. You've got the wear rate. We're going to have it on normal, but you can increase it if you want. Or the failure rate, you can increase that as well if you want. So yeah, all very, very cool. We've got the GPS options as well at the top here. So you've got the various different working title implementations of the GPS. You've got the 530, the 430, or a stack of the two. You can also use the PMS GTN 750 with this. I don't have that installed at the moment. Or you can use the TDS GTN 750 NXI as well. They both work with this aircraft, but they're not showing as an option because I don't have them installed. So we're going to go with no GPS today. Then we've got the fuel payload manager, which we'll come back to in a bit. You can see we've got some fuel loaded from my previous flights, which we're just going to leave in there. So that's fine. Then you've got a button to update the digital engine monitor, which we'll have a look at again later on. However, let's configure our payload whilst we're here. So it's quite cool, this actually. Again, we've seen this in other aircraft, but I quite like it. You can basically, pop a couple of passengers in here, and there they are. Love to see it. We're not going to take any passengers in the back today. We're just going to take just one. Actually, no, we won't take anyone in the side either. We'll take one person in the back because I want to be able to see out this side. We'll take one person in the back, and I think you can actually turn the passengers off. Yeah, visible passengers there. So. Yeah, I suppose we could turn that off as well, couldn't we? So we'll take seat 2, and then visible passengers. Yeah, no, I think we want that on, don't we? We want that on. We'll put visible passengers on, and we'll just have one person in the back there chilling. Baggage we'll do once we do the walk around. And then maintenance. Now, this is pretty crazy, there's a lot of stuff you can do here. You can inspect all of the condition of the various different parts of the aircraft. All of them can wear down and perform worse over time, etc. I'm not going to go into this in too much detail at the moment because we can have a look at that whilst we're up in the air, but just to kind of show you here, we've got all the different oil grades. You can choose the oil level, the spark plug type. You can basically change the type of aircraft it is that you own, a new one, a used one, an auction one. It'll change all these parameters in a sort of random way, as it would be when you buy an aircraft for real. And yeah, we've got a few different options here as well regarding the various different mods to the aircraft. We're going to have them all on except for the soundproofing, which I'm going to leave off so that we can hear the full sound. These are all basically just making the aircraft a little bit more aerodynamic. So, for example, let's see what we've got here. So we've got the stabilator tips. So if we actually pop out here, we've got the tips here. If I just turn those off, again, you can see they're gone now. And it's just a few little minor things like that. We've also got, say, the wing root fairings as well, which is basically just here. Just here, makes it a nice little curve, easier for the air to flow over. You can turn that off, and it's a bit more of a sharp, squared off edge there. So there's a few different things. They don't change the look of the aircraft a huge amount, but there is a few things there. You can see there's this is one here, and then you've got some of the here. You can see this sort of covers up the gap there, and yeah, there's a few different bits and bats here, but yeah, just options and more options. What we'll do as well is we can actually change the propeller as well. So you can see at the moment we've got this. This is the original propeller, the Corley propeller. We're actually going to go with, let's go with the more modern one, the MT propeller here, which you can see is looking a little bit fresher, a little bit modern. I think it's made out of a slightly different material as well. I can't remember off the top of my head exactly what, but let's go with the more modern propeller there. And you can see it, of course, out the window in the front as well if I switch between them, which is very, very nice. So let's do a walk around then. Let's have a walk around. Quizzy, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Does anyone else have a heart blocking part of the chat? I do not. No. You might just need to refresh the page, Stian. I did see it pop up, but it went away. Roy says, why do I have to think of the GA YouTuber Jimmy's World clear prop? I don't think I've ever watched his content, actually, Roy. But we're definitely going to have some clear prop action momentarily. Let's see. A2A has set the bar incredibly high. They have indeed. And what happens when you raise the gear and remove the jacks? Yeah, I think that would probably end up with, a little bit of damage to the aircraft. Just a little bit. I mean, you can do that. You definitely can do that, but we're not going to try that here. We'll try that maybe when we land in Scotland. Right, let's do the walk around then, shall we, chat? So, this is quite cool. You guys might have already seen this. We actually saw this on the FS Expo preview. But we'll first pop out. We can inspect the flaps here, make sure there's no movement. You can see they're very tight. You can actually grab them and move them. If they are worn down, then, there might be a bit of wiggle there. But nothing today. The ailerons here, we can give them a little wiggle and a move, and they're nice and free. We can actually move around in this camera as well. It's not fixed. So, yeah, very, very nice indeed. Pop over here to the tip tanks. We can check that there's fuel in there, which you can see there is. And if you actually change the amount of fuel in there, you can see it updating in real time as well. You can see that's all dipping out of there, and you can actually see the wing is lifting up as well as the rest of the fuel is sort of draining away there. But let's fill that all the way back up to where it was. Lovely jubbly. So let's close that up. And if you listen, hang on. Some nice Nice sounds as well if you listen. And popping around here, we can basically check the fuel sump for any contaminants in the fuel. So we can grab this and just make sure there's no water in there, which there isn't. You can see we've got all that nice blue fuel, and we can pull that down and throw it away. Popping up here, actually what I should have done is I should have powered on the aircraft first so we can check the bulbs, but yeah, let's do that now. We'll jump back to the cockpits and let's just where are we here? Let's pop down here. We'll get the master on. You can hear some of the stuff coming to life there. Very nice sounds. Now we've got the nav lights on there. I left that switch in that position, so it's clearly just stayed there. We'll get the landing lights on. We'll get all of the lights on there. You can hear the rotating beacon as well when you turn it on, if you listen. Alrighty, and let's pop back outside. So we'll come back round to here. You can see now landing lights definitely working there. Very, very bright indeed. Now, the tie downs. I thought I had the tie downs in place. Maybe I missed those. But, oh, they must have come off when I put it on jacks, I guess, right? So the tie downs, you can take on and off here. And as I was saying earlier on, so like, for example, you got on the controls page here. I told you, mentioned how these guys are, it's basically, in fact, let's just put them all back in place because I'm not sure why they've come off there. But yeah, so obviously continuing on the walk around, you could take off the tie downs there. But like I was saying earlier on, this is just another example of why they're, you know, why everything is sort of a bit redundant on the controls page, because you can just, you know, do all this stuff on the walk around. And then coming further around, you can check the main fuel tank again, just having a look. Really nice sounds. Nice, and plenty of fuel in there. Put that back. And in fact, even if you skip to the next part of the walk around, it will actually just close it all up for you, which is quite convenient. We've got the chocks there, we can get rid of those. Now we can see strobe's also working nicely, nice and bright there. They've done a really good job with the lighting on here. Now I've got the central fuel sump here. Now I'm fairly certain that we can't do this. See how that's not letting me drain anything out there. We'll need to drop, just come back in here and actually open up these guys first. So we'll pop back round. And then we can go ahead and make sure there's no contaminants in there. So that's all looking good. Pop to the next one. Just inspecting the propeller. All looking very nice. Again, we could do the same thing here. This is checking the oil this time, though. We can check the color of the oil. Make sure it's all in, you know, good condition. You can see how much oil we've got there as well. You can see we've got just under 9 quarts, which is what was also reflected in here, if you remember, on the maintenance page. You can see the engine. We've got 8.9 quarts. You can see that is, you know, reflecting nicely there on the dipstick. The color of the oil is quite nice. The oil will degrade over time as well, so it might go a dodgy color and you'll need to replace it, etc. Super, super cool. Super nice sounds, really satisfying. And then again, checking the fuel. All looking good there. We'll get rid of those chocks. And we've got another tie down here. We'll get rid of that. We'll get rid of the pitot cover. Lights all working okay here, and the leading edge all looking very nice. Again, we could check the fuel. And like I said, chat, because things can go wrong in this aircraft, you know, everything can fail in here. So you could have a dodgy, you know, fuel gauge. So checking in the fuel tanks is, you know, not the worst idea in the world. Can do the same thing again. Obviously, everything in really good condition here. Brand new aircraft. Flaps nice and tight. Static port there, all looking in good condition. And the elevator and rudder, we can make sure they're nice and free. All looking good. Static port on this side. And then the baggage, we can load in some baggage here. So if I just zoom out a little bit, we can open up the baggage hold. And then what do we want to take today? We don't have to take all of this. We could just take maybe, we'll take our weekend bag. We'll shove that in there. And then we'll take maybe another little bag as well. And maybe some tools just in case we break our aircraft as well. And we'll close that all up. Lovely stuff. And that's the walk around done. How cool is that, chat? Also, one other thing I want to show you as well is the detail on the beacon light. Oh, we've got another aircraft. Love to see it. And someone else in the sky there. But yeah, if you look at the beacon as well, I've not seen a beacon like this detailed before. Like, look at that. They've got the individual bulbs rotating in there. That is super, super cool. Super nice. Right. Okay. So that is the walk around done then. Let's get the door closed up, shall we? Oops. We'll pop this window open. We'll leave that open. And we'll actually come down to here. And we'll just turn this off just to save on the electrical system there. Can you guys hear the sound there? How nice is that? You've also got functional circuit breakers. They're all functional and they might just pop randomly. A couple there as well. And you can see the modelling and detailing down here is just incredible as well. Absolutely brilliant. Right, so let's get fired up then, shall we? So let me just make sure there's no ATC online, unless there is. There's Manchester TMA, but they don't cover Leeds, as far as I'm aware. Let me just check. Oh, they do actually. Scottish control. 133.2. Okay. So we may need to have a word with them. Okie dokies. Right out. So, we'll do a pre-flight checklist. So, well, this is before engine start actually. Right, we won't do that just yet. We'll pop that back. We'll just flick on the master switch here. And we'll just pop on the avionics there as well, just so we can have a word with the controller here. We'll pop on the radios. Doesn't just pop on straight away. It takes a couple of seconds there, which is, again, very, very nice indeed. Right, so 1332. Now, I think spad.next is not running. Hang on, let me just launch that. Now I've got this. This is asking us, have we filled the aircraft up with fuel? We haven't since my last flight, so we can just click exit, or we can click refuel here, and we can say how much we've filled it by, basically. So that's 90 gallons. We can do it by custom amount, or we can go no. Now it's saying at the moment we've got 8 81.8 gallons, which is about right, I think. We can actually check that on the tablet real quick. We've got 91%, 310 litres, 82 gallons. So that is correct. That's all good. So we'll just click exit. Right, so we need to speak to Manchester then, don't we? So 1332. Just using my radio panel to change the frequencies here. It's taken a while. Let's just do this.
Leave Mersey 085 degrees, vectoring for wireless, runway 23 right, runner 8626.
EC34 Juliet Papa, the next sector's offline, monitor Unicom, goodbye.
Unicom, meet you with 34 Juliet Papa, thanks, bye.
Ryanair 6 Juliet Tango, route direct to picks up.
Direct picks up Ryanair 6 Juliet Tango.
And 6 Juliet Tango, you can switch to Unicom now, 122.8, goodbye.
On to Unicom as well, thanks very much, bye-bye.
Right.
EC86 Papa Romeo, maintain 250 knots or less, climb flight level 130.
Maintain 250 or less and climb 130, EC86 Papa Romeo.
Scottish Golf Bravo Foxtrot Zulu Yankee. We're on the ground at Leeds, Bradford. Request a VFR clearance departing to the west.
Golf Bravo Foxtrot Zulu Yankee, Scottish Control, Roger. Your start is approved. Leeds, QNH is 1015. I'll have your clearance for you shortly.
Startup approved. QNH 1015. Golf Bravo Foxtrot Zulu Yankee. Right. So QNH is set. Startup is approved. So we'll go ahead and get the engine started up. So we're not sat here on battery power.
Flight level 130 and fly heading 195 degrees.
Roger, climbing to 130 and 195 degrees, EV 137 Romeo.
173 Romeo, next time you depart, just make sure you...
We just get a pen, just in case he gives us something we're not expecting here.
Roger, will do, thank you, easy 173 Romeo.
Easy 86 Papa Romeo, turn left, resume own navigation, direct Hotel Oscar November.
Right, let's get started up then, shall we, chat? So, in fact, we can't do that. We want to have the radios off for doing the engine start, so we'll just hang on a minute.
Fenix 21, holding short 27, Alpha 1, ready for departure.
Just wait for him to get back to us.
Fenix 21, line up, runway 27.
Squawk's probably going to be 7,000. He might give us a different squawk just to exit this CTR.
Roger, resuming navigation and direct.
Gallons or litres? It's in. This is in gallons. All the instruments are in more or less American measurements, but the tablet you can change the units on.
Easy 86 Papa Romeo, climb flight level 19.
Forgot to tie down on the tail. Oh, I did, didn't I?
190 for Easy 86 Papa Romeo.
Thank you very much. So if we actually...
Golf Zulu Yankee, report ready for departure.
Golf Zulu Yankee, we're just waiting for our clearance for the VFR clearance before we get ready for departure.
Golf Zulu Yankee, Roger. Yeah, I was gonna give you that after you'd reported ready, but you can hold position there. You're cleared to leave the Leeds control zone to the west, not above altitude 2,000 feet VFR. The QNH is 1015 and squawk 3611.
Thank you so much. Cleared to leave the Leeds control zone to the west, not above 2,000. Squawk, QNH 1015, squawk 3611, Golf Zulu Yankee.
Golf Zulu Yankee, correct. Are you able to depart from Lima?
Affirm, we can depart Lima.
Golf Zulu Yankee, thanks. Via Lima 132, clear for takeoff, surface wind 280 degrees, 13 knots.
Via Lima 1, clear to take off, Golf Zulu Yankee, thank you. All right, good. Let's get cracking then, shall we, chats? We'll get the radios off.
Golf Juliet.
for now, just while we get the engine started, because we don't want to have those on for the startup. Right, so let's get cracking then, shall we, chat? Are you ready for this beautiful sound we've got in this aircraft? So pre-flight is complete, passengers are briefed, seatbelts are secured, control lock is removed, parking brake is set there, gear switch is down, flaps are up, and we can check that visually as well by looking out the window. Passenger is on board as well. Excuse me. Radios are off. Autopilot master is off. That is just here. Get the avionics off as well, just for the startup here. Avionics master off. All electrical switches are off. Circuit breakers are in. We've already checked that. Rotating beacon will go ahead and turn on now. And we'll go for an engine start. So fuel selectors, we'll go and use the left tank first. Oops, I left them on, didn't I, for the walk around. So go for the left tank first. Mixture, we'll go to rich. Throttle, we'll crack. See how the buttons animate as well. That's super nice. Prop is full forwards. Carb heats is off. Master switch is on. Fuel pump is on. We'll just check the fuel pressure. Just looking here. See, that is just slowly rising there. Very, very nice. And we'll go ahead and turn the fuel pump off now. Primer, 1 to 5 strokes. So it's not actually that cold today. So we'll just do 3 strokes here. So 1, 2, 3. Max to both. Prop area clear. Clear prop. Starter engage. There she goes. Nice clean start there. And we'll check the oil pressure is rising, which it is. It's in the green now. And mixture, we'll just lean that off just a tiny bit whilst we're on the ground here. Beautiful. Alrighty, and we'll adjust the throttle as well. So we're sitting around just under 1,000 RPM. Lovely stuff. Right, so we'll get the radios back on. And the avionics master.
208 Roger, basic service. The
headlights are on.
regional pressure is 1014.
Stick the pitot heat on as well, and we'll do the taxi checklist. Primer. Oops. Primer is locked. Avionics master on. Ammeter is checked. I'm going to need to turn the volume down a little bit here because I can't hear the ATC. Ammeter is checked. Radios are on. Transponder will set now 3611.
626, turn right heading 150 degrees.
Transponder is on, and we'll put it in alt. Altimeter is set. QNH 1015. Heading indicator will set for the runway heading.
Control transits via the threshold of runway 22. Runway 32.
So we've got
runway 32 is on the left hand turn out to the north.
Roger, radar control, line transit is threshold.
3.
Golf Zulu Yankee, your takeoff clearance is cancelled. Hold at Lima 1.
We'll hold at Lima 1, Golf Zulu Yankee, sorry for the delay.
Golf Zulu Yankee, report ready for departure at Lima 1, please.
We'll report ready at Lima 1 at the Golf Zulu Yankee. Okay. I did that a little bit out of order there. I probably should have reported ready before I did the engine start, really. Right, so let's just fix things here.
306, got a shoot on frequency.
So 339.
Lufthansa 306, Scottish control. Okay, Bravo 7763, Scottish.
There we go. This will drift over time as well, so we do need to make sure we keep checking that.
Bravo 7763, Scottish control, hello.
Wait, I'm getting this wrong.
0 degrees, climb, flight level 2.
There we go. 334.
Flight heading 300 degrees and climb Bravo 240, Bravo 7763.
Fenix 21, climb now, flight level 90, report your passing out.
Runway heading is 318. Actually, do we need to do that?
Roger. Easiest primary.
We'll go 318 on this heading bug. 318, and then do we need to tune any nav aids?
Turn right, heading 190 degrees, cleared ILS approach, runway 23 right.
We don't really need to do it. I'm just going to leave that off now. We'll just set runway heading like that.
Golf Juliet leaving.
Right. Heading indicator is set. Landing gear lamp is green. It's a bit dim, but it is green.
Lufthansa 306 got a shuddy read.
Oh, I forgot to. I wanted to show you guys the tow bar, but I've started the engines now. Never mind. We'll just have to turn in this spot. Never mind. Nav lights are on. Parking brake will release, and we'll test the brakes on the initial roll there. Very good. Right, and we've got this oil flashing here.
Manchester, good day, Orange 225 Heavy.
Everything's looking good regarding the oil. So let's clear that. And we don't need to fill that. It's because we powered off and on again. Right, good. Let's go, chats. Get the nav radios on as well as the ADF, even though we're not going to use them really initially. Close up this window. Good. Right. Let's go, chats. Parking brakes released.
763, climb now, flight level 140.
Sorry for today, but climb now for 240, Bravo 7763.
Bravo 7763, negative, climb flight level 140.
140 for Bravo 63.
Okay, Lufthansa 306, Scottish Control, how do you read? Okay, Osprey 7821, climb flight level 280.
280, Osprey 7821.
And A-track.
Right, let's do some flap 4 departure.
You're clear to the Isle of Skye via the Nelson 3 Whiskey departure, squawking 7230.
Here's Lima 1. Get these guys up.
A-track 46 Scottish.
Trim is neutral. So,
A-track 46 clear to the Isle of Skye, Nelson 3 Whiskey departure.
need to do a run up as well. Where's the windsock? There it is. So we'll come over to the slide a little bit.
Clear the Isle of Skye by the Nelson 3 Whiskey departure, squawk 7230 for A-track 46.
A-track 36 correct. Bravo 7763, turn left heading 295 degrees.
Test the brakes as well while we're at it.
5 degrees for Bravo 63, and can we get higher?
Good.
No,
Right.
140 will be the top.
Set the parking brake there.
I'm afraid.
And we'll do the run up. So position into wind, brakes are held. Fuel quantity is...
Okay, station calling the orange, you're well above my airspace, only cover up to 285. And run at 8626, continue approach.
Where is the fuel quantity again? I completely forget. There it is. Fuel quantity is checked. Fuel selector is on the left tank. We'll leave it on that for now. Mixture, we'll put fully rich. Throttle will bring up to 2000.
Scottish Control, good day, Shannon 573.
Stand by. Run 8626, runway 23 right, surface wind 290 degrees, 11 knots, clear to land.
T's and P's are in the green. That's all looking good. We'll do a magneto check. So left. Max drop 125. That is fine.
5723, Scottish Control.
And it recovers.
190.
And the right mag.
Continue climb flight level 190, Shannon 573.
All looking good and all sounding good as well. The sounds in this aircraft will reflect the state of the aircraft as well, which is super good to see. And we'll exercise the prop as well.
Mike, turn right heading 155 degrees. China Southern 8 Mike, turn right now, heading 155 degrees, and reset your squawk to what it was before, 5467.
Turn by heading 155 and it's call 4516. That's all the name.
All looking very, very nice. Okay, good. Run up is complete, and before takeoff, controls.
Scottish Control, a very good evening. Walk 3465, flight level 133 inbound.
Are all free and correct.
3465, Scottish Control, Elbos 1 Lima.
Let's just bring the RPMs down again.
Elbos 1 Lima arrival.
Elevator trim is neutral. Rudder trim is neutral. Door is latched. Let's just double check that. It is. Door is latched. Flaps are set to, I think this is 19 degrees. I can't remember which. We'll switch the fuel tanks to the right main now. Fuel pump will turn on for the departure. Mixture is fully rich. Prop is fully forward. Carb heat is off. Engine gauges are all checked. Pitot heat is on. Strobes will turn on and the landing lights will turn on as we enter the runway. For the takeoff, we'll go fully open and we'll rotate. It's probably going to be rotating around probably about, I think, 65 to 70 miles per hour with this flap. 85 is without flap, and we'll just continue on climbing at we'll increase the speed and climb at 95 miles an hour initially.
I didn't realize you were on voice as well.
Right, good. Ready to rock and roll, chat. James, welcome to the chat.
23 route direct Dollas, climb flight level 280.
Main tanks are 2 square gauges above the throttle. They are indeed, yes. Apologies, yeah. Tip tanks and the main tanks, yeah, got it. Hey, so welcome to the chat.
Bravo 7763, resume own navigation direct to Lusod.
Direct to Lusod, Bravo 63, resume navigation.
China Southern 8 Mike, climb level 210.
And the final 210, China Southern 8 Mike.
China Southern 8 Mike, climb flight level 210.
Final 210, China Southern 8 Mike.
Your readability sort of 3, you're very soft when you pronounce the word, but pronounce the numbers, so it's difficult to understand exactly what you're reading back.
Golf
7763, when ready, descend flight level 80, expect vectors for an ILS approach runway 26.
So they can approach position?
Bravo 63, descend flight level 80, expect vectors for an ILS approach runway 26.
Just tune the Pole Hill VOR now we've got time just to
Vectors for ILS runway 26, Bravo 63.
just a bit of situational awareness.
Descend flight level 60, vectoring for an ILS approach runway 27.
Descend flight level 60 and vectoring for ILS 27, walk 3465.
Golf Zulu Yankee Lima 1 at Leeds Bradford, ready for departure.
Golf Zulu Yankee, thanks. Lima 1, cleared takeoff, surface wind at 010 degrees 6 knots.
Clear for takeoff, via Lima 1, Golf Zulu Yankee. Right, let's go, chats.
Juliet climbing 2,500 for 5,000.
Shuttle 32 Juliet, Scottish Control, climb now, flight level 1.
Landing lights and strobe lights on. All the other checks are complete.
Climb now, flight level 150, shuttle 32 Juliet.
A-track 46, say again.
Let's go, chats.
46, request taxi to start up and taxi to runway 32, Leeds Bradford.
A-track 46, start approved, QNH 1015, report ready for departure at holding point Lima 1.
Roger,
Oh, I've got someone with us.
QNH 1015, and we'll call you when we're at Lima 1 for A-track 46.
By 9 Tango Kilo, descend flight level 180.
Flight level 180, Ryan, 9 Tango Kilo.
Alright, let's do this thing, chats.
Good afternoon, Ryan, 83 to
November, registered departure, multiply Alpha 1.
A3 November, thanks, runway 27, clear to take off, surface wind 280 degrees, 13 knots.
Take off runway 27.
So it might just rotate on its own around 60 miles an hour. No, it hasn't. Let's just give it a bit of back pressure. There we go. We're up. Positive rate. Get the gear up. A little bit bumpy here on the departure.
Runner 9, Tango Kilo, 1 on the Unicom.
Unicom 1 and 9, get taxi service.
Snap at 208.
There we go. We're past the end of the runway there. Let's take a left turn towards the west. Beautiful chats.
4,000 feet, Liverpool QNH 1017.
Continue present, heading descent 4,000 feet, QNH 1017, walkway 465.
Shuttle 32 Juliet, fly heading 180 degrees.
Fly heading 180 degrees, shuttle 32 Juliet.
Bring the power back a little bit here.
China 78, Mike, turn left heading 115.
And we'll start to level off a little bit here. We can't go above 2,000 feet, remember.
Got control, good 8, this is Delta 522, passing 2.
And we're basically just looking for Shipley and Saltaire on our left here, which we can just see off our sort of 10 o'clock there. Let's make sure we don't bust through 2,000 here.
Bravo 63, descend flight level 50 and continue present heading.
Going a bit high.
Descent level 50, maintain present heading, Bravo 63.
Walker 3465, turn right heading 360 degrees, descent to altitude 3,000 feet.
Turn right heading 360 and 3,000 feet, walkway 465.
Oh my days, it's very bumpy. Right, so we're heading over to Salts Mill, which is just down here to our left.
Runner 83 November, climb now, flight level 190 and report your passing altitude.
So I don't know if we can actually see Salts Mill in the sim. Oh, I think it's there. There it is. Maybe? That might not be Salts Mill, actually. No, it's not. Quite a few mills in the area. Oh my days. The turbulence.
Report your passing altitude.
Say, altitude again, right.
Just coming back on the power a little bit here.
Right, 83 November, climb now, flight level 190, report your passing altitude.
Climb flight level 190, altitude is going to be 2,400 feet.
Salts Mill should be down here. I think this is probably Salts Mill right here.
Turn right heading 075 and descend to altitude 2,000 feet.
Turn right heading 075 and descend 2,000 feet, walkway 465.
Austrian 522, fly heading 160 degrees, climb flight level 190.
So now visually we just want to follow this valley to the northwest.
Shuttle 32 Juliet, climb flight level 190.
Following it up towards Keighley, which is just up here to our 2 o'clock.
Controlled airspace, what service you require outside?
Just a basic service will be fine. Golf City Yankee.
Golf City Yankee, thanks. Barnsley regional is 1014.
1014 for Barnsley, Golf City Yankee.
Bravo 7763, turn right heading 030 degrees, descend to altitude 3,000 feet, QNH 1017.
Right heading 030 degrees, descend 3,000 feet on QNH 1017, Bravo 63.
Right, let's see if we can get an altitude hold in here, because we're going to be at 2,000 for a while here. So we'll get the autopilot master on. That's going to do a little self-test.
Shuttle 3 Romeo, Scottish Control, climb now, flight level 190.
Climb now, flight level 190, Shuttle 3 Romeo.
This is Bingley. right underneath us.
32 Juliet, resume mode navigation direct Kidley.
Look at the wing flex there, crikey. Oh, we've not got the flaps up. Oopsie daisies, I got so preoccupied there with all the turbulence.
Navigation direct Kidley. Austrian 522, resume mode navigation direct to Honolulu, that's Hotel Oscar November.
Right, so the autopilot is ready. You can see we've got the green light now.
Walk 3465, turn left heading 360 degrees.
Turn left.
And here's Keithley just straight in front of us.
Walk 3465.
Channel 5723 and quick further climb.
At 5723, monitor Unicom, goodbye.
Bye bye,
Right. There's altitude hold. Now, I'm not sure if that actually works on its own, actually, so we may need to put in a lateral mode as well.
Shuttle 32.
So let's just sync up our heading. And we'll go to heading mode.
China Southern 8 Mike, Honolulu 1 Charlie arrival.
And we'll get an altitude hold there as well, which seems to have worked. There's no oh, there we go. There's the altitude hold light. There we go. Good. Right.
Okay, I'll put it in next.
So it's QNH 1014, just outside of here. So we'll come to 1014.
Cleared approach runway 27.
Turn left heading 300.
And we're now going to take a right, following road that I can't see currently. This road here.
Fly heading 165.
Going to be following that all the way up to Skipton. So we'll take a right turn. Wow, so turbulent. Let's just come back on the prop a little bit as well.
Austrian 522, the next sector's offline, monitor Unicom, goodbye.
Unicom, goodbye, on 522.
Wow, it's so turbulent.
left all the way round, heading 220
We
degrees.
really want to climb at some point soon. So following this road, basically.
220 degrees, cleared island, approach runway 26, route 3.
Okie dokie. Have a look at the railway. Yep, the railway just follows next to the road, doesn't it? We can just see that just down there.
I'm going to give you a point later down your route, but I need to sequence you with other London TME inbound. So maintain that heading for the moment, please.
Right, we can actually climb further here. We only need to be below 2,000 when we're in the Leeds.
Fly heading 180 degrees, climb now, flight level 190. Climb 190, right, runner 331, fly heading 180 degrees.
The Leeds control zone. So let's climb up now.
Walk 3465 from 27, clear to land, surface wind 280 degrees, 13 knots.
Runway 27.
How high do we want to go? Let's go to 4,000 feet. See if we can get out of this turbulent air a little bit here.
Track 46, are you able to depart from Lima 1?
So go prop fully forwards.
Negative, can we please get full length runway?
We'll get the altitude hold off.
Track runway 32, line up, report ready.
Roger,
And we'll bring in the power.
For line up, we'll report when ready for track 46.
Here's the road we're following still.
78 Mike, resume mode navigation direct, ROG B.
No, this is the road, sorry.
China Southern 8 Mike, resume own navigation direct, ROG B.
Direct to row B, China Southern 8 Mike.
Shuttle 3 Romeo, resume own navigation direct.
This turbulence is absolutely wild, chat. I hope it gets better as we get further down. Let's just we're getting the RPM flashing red there. Let's just bring it back a bit.
Confirm threat, Hotel Oscar November.
Confirm Hotel Oscar November direct for Shuttle 3 Romeo.
Bonnet 1732, Scottish Control, hello, climb now, flight level 190, fly heading 150 degrees.
This is a road. in the UK, if you're following a road, you are supposed to really follow it on the right-hand side. So I'm just going to get over to the right a bit.
Runway 26 clear to land, surface wind 3.
This is Skipton right here.
Runway 26 clear to land, ground 63.
And we're approaching the Yorkshire Dales.
Manchester TMH, I just wanted to do requesting push and start stamp 3 side.
Very nice climb performance there.
Push and start approved, face east.
Oops, a bit too much back on the throttle there.
Okay, China 78 Mike, route direct to Rugby, do not route to Honolulu first.
I fly to Rugby. I fly to Rugby right now.
Thank you. Shuttle 3 Romeo, the next sector's offline, Monitor Unicom 122.8, goodbye.
122.8, goodbye, Shuttle 3 Romeo, thank you.
Bye. China 78 Mike, you can monitor Unicom now, bye.
So Unicom, have a nice bye-bye.
Ryanair 331, resume own navigation direct to Compton, that's Charlie Papa Tango. Direct Charlie Papa Tango on there, 221.
Climbed a little bit too much there, but it's not an issue. We're not going to bust any airspace restrictions at this point. Just trying to find that road again.
Track 46, runway 32, clear for takeoff, surface wind 010 degrees, 6 knots.
I think we're right over it, that's the issue. Oh, there, here it is, right here.
Track 46, runway 32, clear for takeoff, surface wind 010 degrees, 6 knots.
Clear takeoff for 324 air track 46.
Not doing a proper cruise power setting just yet, chat, just because I'm not 100% decided on what altitude we're flying at yet.
Wigwalk 3465, welcome to Liverpool, taxi stand 12, fire Alpha and Whiskey.
Taxi stand 12, fire Alpha and Whiskey, working 75.
Coach Control, good evening, Alpha 54, Julie via Victor. Stand by 1 Romeo departure, time into 5,000 feet to 2,500.
Alpine 54, Juliet Victor, Scottish Control, hello, climb now, flight level 190.
Climbing now 190, Alpha 54, Juliet Victor.
Ryanair 331.
Is that a road? Or is that a river? No, that's the railway. Either way. Either one is fine.
Monarch 1732, resume own navigation direct to Hotel Oscar November.
Resume navigation direct to only,
Let's go altitude hold there. Very nice. Sort of smooth level off there by the aircraft. We'll get the landing lights off as well now. And we'll leave everything else as it is. We'll get the gear off as well. Crikey, chat. Who would have thought flying VFR would be would be so intense? Crikey, man. Can I plug in the headphones? I can. Let's pop it in. There we are. So you can still hear the hum of the engine, and then I think if you click this, it'll go to noise cancelling. There we go. And now it's gone super quiet. Which is so cool, isn't it? The turbulence is normal. It is indeed, yeah. I mean, it's quite a lot of turbulence. But, yeah, I mean, obviously it's going to be quite a bit bumpier in a small aircraft, isn't it? Right, okay, so we're approaching Settle, which is just in front of us. You can see Settle just there. And we're going to turn up this way and follow the railway going in towards Horton in Ribblesdale. So let's take a right turn here. So we're staying on the right-hand side of the road here. And here we go, into the Yorkshire Dales.
Passing altitude is 5,000
This is Malham Tarn up here. Very, very stunning area. This is where they filmed some of the scenes from Harry Potter
climb flight level
just on top
240.
of Malham Cove, which is just here. It's not very well rendered in the sim, but it's just there. Very, very nice. So we're just going to follow the railway now,
Did you copy?
which we can't really see just yet, but it's just down the side here.
For track 46 and climb flight level 240.
Here it is, I think. Yeah, that's the railway there. See, going up.
Monarch 1732, Monitor Unicom 122.8, goodbye.
122.8, thanks for the EDC, have a wonderful day, bye bye.
Bye-bye.
This should take us just up to Ribble Head Viaduct, which I think I can just about see up there, maybe. Not sure.
Alpine 54, Juliet Victor, route direct to Charlie Papa Tango.
Thanks, Charlie Papa. Charlie Papa Tango at the 5.
Is the setting in turbulence in Microsoft Flight Simulator what you have set to realistic, medium, or low? It's on realistic.
310 degrees.
It's on realistic, but this aircraft does actually have its own turbulence setting as well, because they are using their own, custom.
You're approaching the limits of my radar now. You can squawk consecurity free call en route. Goodbye.
Roger, thank you so much for your service. Golf, see you, Yankee. Bye bye. Right. Let's go to Squawk 7000 now. There we go. Lovely stuff. So, go to 1228 as well. Stay on this frequency for a tiny bit, but for now, we'll get you 1228 tuned in the standby. What was I answering before? Yes, this aircraft does have its own turbulence because they're using a super detailed flight model. So if you go to the which page was it now? It was on the advanced options here. You can see you've got turbulence strength here. You can actually change that lower or higher depending on well, what you want, I suppose. But yeah, they're using a very sort of in-depth sort of system. They call it AccuSim for the flight model and various other aircraft systems. Oh, there we go. There's the viaduct. You can just see it coming in there. So yeah, I don't know. I've not messed with that too much because I just want to kind of see what it's like. It was forecast to be quite turbulent today, so I mean, this is not, unexpected, to be honest with you. So I'm quite fine with that. But yeah, look at this. This is Pen y Ghent here, one of the highest peaks in Yorkshire. And then straight in front of us, dead in front, in fact, just over here, this is Whernside here. This is the highest peak in Yorkshire, this one right here. And you've got Ingleborough over here, which is the second highest. This is the Yorkshire Three Peaks here, so you've got one of them just here under the right wing. And then you walk all the way up here, up to Whernside, down to Ingleborough, and then back down into the valley here, into Horton and Ribblesdale, which is where it usually starts and ends. Got a little quarry down there. There's a viaduct that's added by the Orbx Great Britain Central Pack. Let's turn in towards it a little bit here. Ramsey, welcome to the chat, dude. Hope you're doing well. Biggles used to live in Burnsall near Grassington. Very nice. Very nice. Lovely stuff. Lovely stuff. Yeah, I'm not far away myself. Countryside is very nice in the UK. Maybe you can explain more about this area. Would be great. Yeah. I mean, this is the Yorkshire Dales. Hopefully, I just answered some of what maybe you were wondering there. But, yeah, it's the Yorkshire Dales. It's very well known for having a lot of limestone in the area. And that's what you can see, a lot of these white patches here. This is all sort of what they call limestone pavement, which is super fascinating, actually, walking across it. You can see it all down here. This is limestone pavement all here. And And yeah, I mean, it's obviously I think it's a glacial formed mountainous area in Yorkshire. And yeah, you've got quite some decent sized mountains for the UK there, but definitely not the biggest. I'll switch to Unicom as well. And then you've got yeah, all the mountains are quite sort of round, and they're not super like sharp peaks, but they're all kind of round with sort of, they're not to be laughed at. They're not. Oh, there's the viaduct. Hang on. Very nice. We almost missed that. Very famous viaduct as well, Ribblehead Viaduct. Right, so we're actually going to head over Whernside here towards, let's see, where is this? Sedberg. Now, this might be quite a difficult one to find, but let's just head on at roughly 316 degrees. And we should get there. Should be able to. Should be just in this valley here, I think. But yeah, I don't know what else to say, to be quite honest with you. I mean, I don't really. That's probably some of the best. Oh, look at the rainbow over there. That's probably some of the best knowledge I've got regarding the Yorkshire Dales. But yeah, really nice area. Lots of sheep. And yeah, I absolutely love it. And we also make Kendal out in the distance, because we are going to go there next. I think Kendal is just up here somewhere. Can't quite make it out, but I think it's just about here. See the sea there as well. This is super nice, man. Super nice, chat. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you're also heading to the White Horse Drawing. Could visit the UK. The White Horse Drawing. I think that's a lot further north. I think that's near Newcastle, if I remember correctly. I might be wrong. And Stonehenge is. I'm not sure. I can't remember where Stonehenge is off the top of my head, but it's definitely not in Yorkshire. Is the satellite imagery from Orbx? No, it's not. No, this is the default. This is the default. Perhaps it was taken during, maybe in autumn time or something like that. But it is quite a rugged area. It's not super green in general. Quite a lot of bracken in the areas as well. Although, that being said, again, I suppose it depends what time of year the satellite imagery was taken. Stonehenge by Wales. I'm not actually sure. I'm not sure, chat. I don't know that much about the location of Stonehenge, to be honest with you. Right, so just coming to the edge of the Yorkshire Dales now. Very, very nice. Looks so good. This will be Sedberg right here. And then we should have Kendal off to our left. There's Kendal. Very nice. So basically from here we're going to head out towards Kendal, just to the right of this lake here, towards Kendal, and that should take us in towards Windermere. Oh, hang on, have we got something beeping? Oh, we have got something beeping. What is that? Oh, hang on. Oh, it's the autopilot. It wants me to put in a bit of trim. It's struggling. There we go. It's a very, very old style autopilot, this, so it's requiring A little bit of extra trim just to hold the altitude there. Man, this is so nice, man. This is so nice. This is such... Oh, it looks so good from this altitude, doesn't it, chat? I don't really want to climb much more than this, I don't think. Very few trees considering the elevation. Yeah, definitely not many trees on top of the mountains. Obviously quite a barren, rugged area, although... To be fair, yeah, not many. As you can see, they come in a little bit lower. It's all quite a high elevation area around there, so hence the lack of trees there. Oh, okay, hang on a minute. We may just need to increase our speed a little bit here. Really struggling to hold this altitude here, and the speed is sort of washing off here the more up trim I provide. So we should probably lean the engine out. I completely forgot to do that because I was so caught up in everything else. So let's just make sure we're turning in towards Kendal first. I'm actually just going to drop out the altitude hold so it stops beeping at me. I'm going to let the aircraft just drop nose down a little bit here just to regain a bit of that speed. And let's just get it leaned out. So you can actually lean it quite nicely using this, but you can actually do it also using the sound as well in this. So we can actually just lean it if we pull the mixture out and just wait for the engine to sort of skip a little bit. Pulling it out nice and slowly. Okay, that's definitely too much. I didn't hear it skip then. So maybe that's not working for our current configuration. Actually, we're really struggling regarding power on all fronts here, actually, aren't we? Interesting. What temperature are we at? Just under 10 degrees, so probably not regarding... It's probably not icing, is it? But let's just do that for a few moments. Just in case we have picked up a little bit of carb heating. Carb icing. Yeah, we're really struggling for power here, aren't we? Crikey. What has happened? T's and P's are all looking good. The cylinder head temperature is very low. Soren, thank you so much for the 200 Danish kroner. Sorry I didn't thank you earlier on. I'm just... tiny bit preoccupied here. Let's see if we can sort this out though. Right. What has actually happened, chat? I'm really not sure. We've got fuel pressure. Got the oil temperature's in the green. Oil pressure is in the green. We have fuel. Let's do that whilst I remember. Try a bit more carb heat. let's just real quick check on here as well. Now, I suppose this is kind of cheating here, but interesting. Everything's in the green there. Okay. Now, I realise it's the first time we've looked at this chat, but yeah, my plan was to look at that in a bit more detail once we get further on here, but just going to try and see if I can troubleshoot this right now. I'm really not sure, chat. I'm really not sure. I'm really not sure what has occurred here. I keep hearing a clunk. I don't know if you guys can hear that clunk. Not sure what that sound is. It's slightly disconcerting. And we're losing a lot of altitude here. I'm not sure what's happened here, chat. We might have to ditch this in a field. I think the best glide speed is 95 miles an hour, which is where we're at currently. Let's drop the gear. We haven't really got many options here, so we might just have to go for this. Just see if we can scrape it over this tree line here into this field. Oh no, we're not gonna make it. No, the building. No, chat. No. Oh, we're dead. We're dead. What have we done? What have we done? Oh, chat. Oh man, what did we actually do there though? I really don't know what we did. There was nothing looked like it had anything wrong with it here. Oh dear, chat. Is it not the prop adjustment? I'm not sure. I mean, the prop was full forwards. I don't think we could have achieved anything by pulling it back there. Mixture was fully rich, so I mean the mixture was. Oh look, my passenger's okay. Let's just troubleshoot a little bit here. We'll just pop it up into this onto this road here. This is going to be our pop it in this field actually. Oh, I left the fuel pump on after takeoff. We probably shouldn't have done that, but Nevertheless, we'll turn the master off for now. Just while we're sat here. Probably in the mix, maybe fouled the plugs. Danielle, yes, I think you may be right there. You may well be right. You may be right. Oh, and Sean said that as well, yeah. Yeah, you guys are probably right, actually. You're probably right. Let's give it another try for an engine start real quick then. Radios, we'll just turn those off. Right. Well, throttle's open quite a bit too much there, but... Yeah, she doesn't want to start now. Yeah. All right. Well, let's clean the spark plugs then and see if that helped things. So, spark plugs are on. Where were they actually? They were surely on here. Sorry, chat. I'm flustered now. So. Oh. There we are. Clean spark plugs. Right. Oh, we might need to prime it again, of course. Just try 2 strokes for now. Oh. I feel like it wants to catch, but it's just not. Try a little bit more prime. It sounds like it wants to start, but it's just not. You can kind of hear the sounds a little bit different. Right, now maybe we've over-primed it. So we'll turn the mags off. And we'll just run the starter over a few times. See if we can get rid of that excess fuel. Try again. Can I get a clear prop? I don't think we have too many issues with people being in the way here. Oh. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's very interesting. Oh, wow. Okay, now the prop's stuck. Maybe we broke it. Maybe we just completely broke it because we actually crashed. That's might be what's happened. Drain the battery. I mean, we've still got electrical power here. Don't think the battery will have... Oops. You can check it on here. Oh, it is very low battery. Oh dear. Oh my god. We've absolutely rinsed it, haven't we, chat? Let's just see, maybe, let's just try for science. Let's just turn some more of the electrics off. Let's just see if we can get it to start then. No, it's gone. Rip. Rip. Let's get oh yeah, low voltage there. Yeah. Let's repair the battery. There we go. Lovely stuff. All right, we go again. It shouldn't need priming again. I thought... Yeah. Still not liking it. Definitely haven't missed anything, have I? No, I haven't. Okay, then. Back to the manual. Let's just try. Let's try see if we can. Maybe it is over primed now. Maybe because I've lost count of how much priming we've done. So we'll turn the mags off, and we'll start the starter, and we'll just put the throttle in a little bit more. Okay. Now we'll try prime it again. One, two, three. Is the 3 what we did before, I think? She's not having it, guys. She's not having it. Fuel pump damaged? I don't think it is, because we are getting fuel pressure. And we cannot see any issues with anything really here. Everything looks good. Shall we just overhaul all, chat? There we go. Overhauled all. Let's see if we can get cracking again, shall we? So, we'll try it without doing any further priming to begin with, just because I don't want to, again, I don't want to over prime it. Right. Oh, interesting. Right. Okay. Let's just get rid of that priming and we'll just... I think it will have overhauled the engine as well, Sean, because overhaul all, this button appears on every page, doesn't it? So overhaul engine is to overhaul all the engine. Overhaul airframe is to overhaul the all of the airframe, and so on and so forth. Oh dear, chats. Let's just shut it down. And I am just going to go back to square one here. And we'll go back to the checklist because it may be that I'm completely missing something. Oh, look, we're getting cold now. Right. Excuse me. Put the trim back down as well whilst I'm here. Right, everything is good. There. Got a fuel tank on. Right. Okay. Circuit breakers, I didn't check them. Yeah, all in. Good. Right, so engine starts. We've got that. Rich is the mixture. Throttle is cracked. Prop is full forward. Carb heat is off. Master switch on. Fuel pump on. We have fuel pressure. That's off. Primer 1 to 5 strokes. 1, 2, 3, 4. Lock that. Mags, both. Prop area is clear. Starter engage. Oh dear, chat. What? What in the world? Surely we should be good to go now. We've overhauled everything. Let's just do it individually. So we'll overhaul airframe. And we'll overhaul the engine on its own. Let's try this one more time. So. Everything else is done. The engine is primed. Now, I don't know if I need to prime it again, whether overhauling it removes the priming, but let's just try it initially without priming. Right, now we'll prime it again. 1, 2. We'll just do two strokes of priming. Not having it. Right. Sorry about the cameras. Chat. So the first cylinder has no red-blue line. The 6th cylinder there. I can't actually remember what that is referring to there. Oh, you can actually see if the plug's been fouled on here. So a fouled plug is... These are the plugs here, the black dots. fouled plug is small. It's a white small circle, and a good plug is a large white circle. I don't have either of those, probably because the engine's not running. Cylinder temperature is this blue line, and then the red line not sure what this red line at the back would refer to. Possibly referring to the temperature. Oh, look at that. It's all just changed from red now to white. So that's the temperature. That's probably just residual temperature in there, isn't it? You change the battery, you can change the battery, yes, but I've already done that. Battery's fine. See, everything's in the green. Battery's in the green. Battery's got some charge on it. Excuse me. Cylinder was running cold. Need to change the engine too. Yeah, I've overhauled the engine already. Or overhauled everything. Let me just see what happens if I turn the master back on. Turn the magnetos on. Right. Let's just come back here. Clean the spark plugs real quick. Just do an overhaul of everything just once again. Even though I'm pretty sure if you overhaul the engine, it cleans the spark plugs at the same time. I would imagine. But nevertheless, let's try again. You can see all the spark plugs are fine. Six isn't firing. It was firing, yeah. It did fire. Watch. There you go. Look at this, the starter gear warming up now. It's crazy the amount of detail in this engine simulation here. Fuel we have fuel pressure. You can see we've got fuel in the tanks and fuel pressure. I turn on the fuel pump. You can see we've got fuel pressure there. So I don't think fuel is definitely not the problem. I wonder if I have overprimed it once again somehow. Let's get the mags off and we'll just run it 10 times for 10 rotations. Temperature is it here? See, it's nearly 20 degrees here. It's about 16 degrees, so we shouldn't require too much priming realistically. But let's go again. Throttle is cracked, yep. Fuel cutoff valve is down here. It's, you can see the left tank is open. Maybe change all grade? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Although the one I'm on is an all-weather fuel grade. I mean, it should be good for this temperature, but we will we'll look at that. Oh, look at the oil level. The oil level's gone up to 10 quarts. I think 9 quarts is the recommended. Let's just drop that down. Let's try the... This is the default oil grade it comes with. Let's try that one instead. Making a different sound now. Oh dear, chat. Do you not need the fuel pump for startup? Yeah, I'd left it on before, so I assume it was on to start. No, you don't need it on for startup now. This is just like a redundant fuel pump here. This one. As you can see, if once you crank the starter, the fuel pressure actually goes up. Oh, you already saw that. Okay, good. Can you turn failures off? You can, yes. You can. Yeah. So if you go to... We've got low voltage on the battery again now. But yeah, if you go to your... where is it now? Advanced options here. You can actually turn the wear off and the failure rate off. Which is good if you don't want to have to put up with this stuff. Let's just try turn those off real quick. Let's just see if it starts then. Because maybe it is a bug potentially. Who knows? Okay, so it does start there. Interesting. Interesting. I just turned the failure rate and the wear rate off. Shall we turn them back on? See what happens? Wear rate back to normal and failure rate normal. Interesting. Right. So yeah, look, everything looking good. You can see it's cold. Each cylinder is quite cold at the moment. All the spark plugs are firing. All right, well, chats, that is resolved. Let's go for a nice little short field takeoff here then, shall we? Right. I'm really not sure though what the actual issue was there though, to be honest, chat. I would quite like to actually find out what that was. But hey ho. Rocking and rolling. Let's crack on, shall we? Let's get full flaps on the go. Going to leave a note on that house. Yeah, of course. We'll have to leave a note saying, sorry about the whole side of your building and your warehouse there. It looks like maybe a farm. Right. So this oil 81, actually, let's just... Oh, wait for the engine to warm up a little bit here. Excuse me. That's the oil level, isn't it? 85. No, that's just gone up to 86. Okay. Oil temperature? Yeah, it looks like it could be the oil temperature, right? It's probably warning me that the oil's not warm enough yet, right? Yeah, that's probably what it is. And there we go, it's gone now. Okay. Am I still on VATSIM? I am still on VATSIM, yeah. Good thing we're in a Unicom area. Dear oh dear. Sunny Sunny, welcome to the chat. Oh dear, I can't believe that happened, chat. I cannot believe it. I will definitely be more prudent about leaning the mixture then when we get up in the air again. Right. Let's do this thing, chat. Right, where can we aim for here? We kind of need a little bit of a decent run here because we don't have too much space. Let's see, do we have any space behind us to turn around a little bit? Also, please don't worry about this, passenger. You're absolutely in safe hands here. Don't you worry at all. Let's just swing around, see if we've got a bit more room behind us. We do, okay. We do. It's going to be a little bit of a bumpy takeoff. Danielle, do I fly GA often? No, I don't. Not often at all, as you can probably tell. Mariner, welcome, dudes. Hope you're doing well. Struggling to get up this hill now. Please don't tell me we're stuck. Okay, we're gonna have to roll backwards, I think. Come on. There we are. Right, keep the momentum. Keep the momentum. Right, here we go, chat. Watch out for the bumps. Oh my days. Oh, please no, not now. Oh dear, oh dear. Let's get the gear up. We'll get one stage of flapping and another stage. And another stage. Right, well, let's do a little orbit around here then, chat, just so we can kind of get our bearings, because I've kind of lost where we are now. Yeah, let's have... I'm interested to see what the wear's like on the gear after that. Yeah. Right. Okay, after takeoff, we'll get the fuel pump off, landing lights off as well. We'll climb back up to 4,000 feet. Right, so where in the world were we? We were just coming overhead Kendall, weren't we? So let's see if we can identify Kendall now. We've got high cylinder head temperature on number 5. Let's just drop the power a bit. Right, Kendall, where are you? There you are. Okay, there's Kendall. Right, so let's swing it back round. And I'm actually going to lean off a little bit this time. Oops, what have I just done? There we go. Right, just coming back on the power. There's Kendall off to our left. I want to come on to about a bearing of around 286. Well, we can actually see Windermere right in front of us there. So let's fly towards that because that's where we were going. And we'll come and get the nose down a bit. Okie dokie. So what altitude did we want to be crossing the Lake District? We wanted to be about 4,500, didn't we? So we'll go to 4,500. It flies so nice though, guys. It flies so very nice. Right, so let's bring that heading bug back round. Although that is almost certainly completely out of sync right now with the correct heading. So, but just for temporary, we'll get the autopilot in just to relieve myself a little bit. And we'll come to a level off here at 4,500. That's Windermere there. In front of us, the longest lake in the UK. Days. A little bit bumpy. Very, very bumpy. Can you guys hear the wind sounds in this aircraft as well? It is so good. Right. Okay. Good. Right. Now I can focus on the navigation a little bit better. So, once we've passed over Windermere here, which is, oops, just down to our left. This is Windermere, which you can't really see. There it is. That's Windermere. We want to go over to Ambleside, which is just up to the tip of this lake, which we're probably passing over. Here's Ambleside here. And we're going to go over towards Rydal Water, which I thought we'd probably be able to see here, which we can't. It's because it's just tucked behind these hills here. Oops. Wait, is that it right there? No. Oh, here it is. Actually, what am I doing? Right here. What we want to do is we want to follow this valley up to the right here. On the other side of Loughrig, it is, yes, indeed. Oops. There we go. Looks a lot smaller from the air. Right? Alright then, chats. Beautiful. Oh, what an eventful trip so far. Welcome to the Lake District. Oh, my days. Right, so let's get leaned out this time properly. Autopilot wants a bit more trim. So let's do that. So what we can do is we can actually use this guy. I tried to do it before by sound, but it just was not working for me. So, in fact, let's try it again by sound. Hopefully I don't kill the engine again, but let's bring the tablet up just in case. Okay, so you can see these pipes at the top here. These are actually indicating whether the mixture's too rich or too lean. At the moment, they're sort of orangey yellow, which is quite good actually. Need a bit more up trim. But if we leaned out a little bit more, and I'm not going to pay attention to this right now, I'm actually just going to listen to the sound here. So let's turn it up. That's too lean. Let's bring it back in. There we are. That's nicely leaned off there. For the sound, the engine didn't do the... didn't skip. It didn't skip at all. That's fine. Oh no, what's happening again? The same thing is happening. Okay, spark plugs are definitely not fouling this time. We can see that. And the engines are nicely leaned out. Let's go a little bit richer. Because as you can see, the speed is washing away once again. That's too rich. See how it's gone dark. Yeah, we're not getting no power. Power's just dying on us again. Interesting chat. What could it be, though? At least we're going in the right direction. Oh, there we go. Maybe it was some carburetor icing. Power's coming back a little bit. Yeah, the power is recovering now. There we go. Look at that. So, probably carburetor icing. Yeah, look at that. Let's go. Woo, baby. Oh my days. That's a bit much. Ignore the autopilot for the moment. I'm just flying it manually here. Wow, the wind noise though, chat. We'll go back up to 4,500. Let's get rid of this guy. I'm missing all the views because I'm so focused at the moment, chat. God damn it. Who would have thought it? But here we are over Derwent Water. This is the North Lakes. You've got some of the biggest mountains in the Lake District over here, including Scafell Pike, the highest in England. Very, very beautiful. Right, let's get this fixed up just so I can unencumber myself. Right, lovely stuff. Here we go. We've got Skiddaw here, which is one of the highest peaks in the Lake District as well. The custom autopilot coding in this aircraft is very, very nice as well, I have to say. That wind though, man. Crikey. Okay, let me just see if I can find a good cruise power setting. Bear with me. There's always a thing with new aircraft. Let's go for about 75% power here. So we want 2,200 RPM and 25 inches. not gonna get 25 inches. Okay, so that should give us 14 gallons per hour. Just about. Good. And 75%. So we're getting 73%, so that's fine. We might just need to lean out a little bit more. Oh, we're actually losing power there. Right, let me just turn... Actually, let's do this. Get the headphones on. Let's just focus up and see if I can work out where we are now. So, passed over Keswick and Bassenthwaite there. There's a Lake District behind us. We're currently on the right track. We're heading towards Silloth here, which is just there, I believe. Just there, I think. And basically we want to head straight on the same track really to this little inlet here across on the other side. We are going extremely fast though, surprisingly fast. For 75% power, actually got less power now. Right, let's see if we can lean out using this here. So we've got richer peak. Now if we bring the mixture down like so. So it's looking at number 2. Before now. There we go. Leanest number 2. And we want to keep coming back on the mixture until we get to about minus 50 here. Oh, engine shaking. Do you see that shake? That's too much. Maybe we're going too far there. So maybe we want richer peak. Interesting. That was that little skip that I was talking about earlier though, chat. There we go. Can't get it to minus 50, but that's what we're going with. Okay. Good. So, power setting should be 2200 RPM. And about 25 on the manifold, but we can't get 25 at the moment. Maybe we've got a bit more carb icing potentially. Oh yeah, look at that. Woof. Crikey. Okay. Seem to be very frequently picking up carb icing here then. Sorry chat, I will catch up with your messages. Okay, I think we can leave it at that for now. Look at this impressive speed we're getting. 170 miles per hour, which is about 145 knots. Pretty nice. Honestly. Good. Alrighty then, chat. So, we're en route. This is a bit of a long leg here, so we're just going to just going to crack on here. I'm going to adjust my heading slightly. And what we can probably do as well, whilst we are waiting here, is let's just sync up this gyro whilst we, after we've made this turn, of course. Okay, so we're currently about 3. Oh, it's going to be quite difficult to sync up this, isn't it? So we're currently about 330. Now, let's just turn the autopilot off. It's quite difficult to sync up because of all the turbulence, so fortunately. 341-ish, 340. Have to do it about there. It's so difficult to sync it up at the moment. Righto, so the plan was to climb further here anyway, now that we've after we've messed around and put our bloody cruise power in, but let's see if we can do a nice little cruise climb here. Just head up to what we were going to head up to get over the class D around Glasgow. We were going to head up to 6,500, weren't we? So let's do that. Are you just heating anti-ice, or is it only on or off? The carb heat, you can vary it a little bit. But it's not really, I suppose, anti-ice, is it? It's just for carburetor icing in the carburetor. Alrighty, so coming inbound now to Dumfries, which we'll need to pick up. Need to pick up the railway line heading out towards Thornhill at some point. Let's see if we can find it. So here's Dumfries right here, and the railway line. Possibly this is it right here, I believe. Oh, god damn it. Right, so put heading mode back in. We'll continue this very shallow climb up to 6,500. Oh my god, I didn't mean to grab that. Just leave the carb heat cracked just a tiny bit. Hang on. Let's just pull it all the way out. Now we'll put it in for now. There we go. I think that's the best we're going to get for now. Okay, good. Where's my railway line then? Oops. Why do I keep doing that? This is the railway line here. Okay. Good. So we're going to need a different power setting up here. 6,500. $6,500. So we can't get a 75% power up here. We're going to go for 65%, which is going to be 2,100 RPM. And 22.3. Okay, 61% power then. Should be on around 12.3 gallons per hour. Yeah, I wonder if we got carb heisting again. We do. Alrighty, let me not lose that railway line. There she is. Okie dokes. So we'll go 109 at 665 on the nav radio. That's just a DME. Just for a bit more situational awareness. Okay. Right then, chat. Good. So we should be more or less heading directly towards East Kilbride now, which is going to be our next sort of major point. We've got Thornhill coming up, which should be somewhere down here. Quite difficult to identify. Possibly just tucked in here. Okay, what temperature are we at up here? We're at 5 degrees Celsius. Why do I keep doing that? Sorry, we're not at 5 degrees. We are at... what we got there? We've got 20, we got 10, we got 2 degrees. So we're more or less at the standard temperature here, which is leaving me wondering why I can't hit this 65% horsepower rating at this power setting. 2100 and 22.3, so we should be able to hit 65% horsepower at this setting and this temperature, which is interesting. Arguably we should be a little bit more. Oh, maybe we need to lean off again. Let's go to the lean finder. Need to bring it back a bit. Okay. UGT is going down, so let's bring it back now. Oh. I think that mixture setting must have been good as it was, I think. Oh, there we go. We're getting close to that 65% now. There we are. Okay. just going to leave it at that. Let's see what the tablet's saying. Yeah, all looking good. Great. All right, let's look at the airframe then. Let's see what the situation is with landing gear. Apparently, landing gear is fine. Apparently, the landing gear is fine after all that takeoff. And everything else, yeah, looks good, to be fair. Okie dokies. Right, let's see if we can keep an eye out for... I think we've already passed Thornhill, haven't we? It should be on our left. Very small town, but kind of... There it is. Now, if we continue on this track, realistically, we should make it to Glasgow, and then we'll look out for East Kilbride to our left. -5 outside, could be -30, 40 in the carburetor. Yeah. I mean, I was looking at the temperature based on the power setting table, because that's based on the outside air temperature, the standard air temperature. It's not looking at the carburetor temperature on there. But we're doing good. What about the passengers? Isn't she frozen yet? Oh, actually, yeah, good question. Actually, let's look at that one. Oh my god, yes, we're absolutely freezing in here, chat. Oh dear, right. Let's get a bit of cabin heat then. This lighter, I think, is the only thing that doesn't work in here. Alright, we'll get a bit of cabin heat on. Let's see how that... oh, look at that. You've even got an upward trend. Oh, that's beautiful. That's so good, man. So good. PP live feeds... Pleaved? I'm sorry if I'm not saying that correctly, but I enjoy some VFR flying. Welcome to the chat nevertheless, and yes, I am indeed. Yeah, I absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. Yeah, it's a challenge in its own right, isn't it, VFR flying? Because, I mean, obviously you're trying to manage the aircraft, but you're also, you know, trying to, you know, keep your eye outside. You know, we don't have a GPS here. I suppose if you had a GPS, it might be a little bit easier, but... you know, we're trying to keep a look outside, trying to look where we're going, make sure we don't lose our way. And yeah, it's great. I really enjoy how engaging it is, to be honest with you, especially in an aircraft like this where you have to, you know, sort of manage it properly because, you know, as we've already proven so far in this stream, you know, things can go wrong very easily if you don't manage the aircraft properly. And, you know, my piston aircraft flying is very, very rusty and never really was that good, to be honest with you. So, yeah. Yeah, so guys, are you enjoying it though? That is the question. Are you guys enjoying it? Oh look, we've got a bit of a thin cloud we're going through here. Extremely turbulent though. This aircraft's really struggling to stay wings level. Right, let me see if I can catch up with some messages now. Victor, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Thank you very much for the tip there. The little instrument right down its point at beginning of green. What is that? Whereabouts are you referring to there? MPS. Which instrument are you referring to there? I was over your old house, Biggles. Very good. Whereabouts was that? Sorry, I missed the messages earlier on. Can I drop the gear now just to see if the mechanism works? Says Photograph Max. Welcome, by the way, Photograph Max. Hope you're doing well. The gear, I think you can only drop underneath 150 miles per hour. So maybe we'll drop it early on the approach just to make sure. At least now I have a reason to use the jacks. Very good, Roy, indeed. Daniel says, not everyone can die in a plane crash and live to tell the tale. No, indeed. It's a good thing that this is not a real plane, isn't it? Although it feels like it. Which I suppose is saying something, isn't it, really? Alrighty, can you put the wrong fuel? You can't put the wrong fuel in Photograph Max. No, you don't have an option of any different kinds of fuel. Alrighty then, chats. Well, good. I'm glad you guys are enjoying it because this is just absolutely stunning aircraft. I'm sorry I've been a little bit noobish up to this point, but we're getting there. We're getting there. Look at that little wing flex though. Super, super nice. They've really, really not left anything out in this aircraft. It's so, so good. And we do need to switch tanks. Let's see, are we warming up a bit in here now? We are, look at that. 13 degrees now, up from 2 degrees. Love to see it. Right, someone asked earlier on regarding an emergency checklist regarding loss of power. I mean, there's a carburetor icing. Checklist.
Glasgow traffic, Chanex 9 Golf Romeo coming in from final runway 23.
Right, that was someone on Unicom just saying the landing Glasgow 2-3. So we'll need to be aware of that as we're passing through here. We don't want to really interfere with that. Although we're actually going to be flying above the CTR. So yeah, perhaps that's what I should have done when I was losing power. Carb heat open, throttle full open. Sorry, carb heat on, throttle full open, and then adjust the mixture. Which, yeah, I suppose because I was so focused on everything else that I was trying to do at the time, as well as talking to you guys, it just didn't click. It didn't click early enough. I was too busy giving you a guided tour of Yorkshire, wasn't I? Dear oh dear. Dave's getting it? Yeah, do it, Dave. Absolutely do it. I would recommend this aircraft to anybody. It's a challenge, but it's also, you know, something that can be, you know, it doesn't have to be challenging. Right, so here's Glasgow in front of us. I think we've come a little bit off course here, so we're going to just come a bit to the left. Now we should have a road to our right. Oh, there it is. It's underneath us. So there's a road. Now we should have another... Somewhere on our left we should have Strathaven, which is here. So we want to basically go towards Strathaven and follow that. There's a road that leads in towards Glasgow, and that's going to take us to East Kilbride. Look at the detail on here. The Com1, where it's had the label put over to label it. That's so cool. Right, so here we go. This is Strathaven here. We need to follow the road inbound to Glasgow. It's going to take us to East Kilbride. This is the road here. That was a far too big correction. This road here is what we need to follow, and then we should have East Kilbride here. Beautiful. Beautiful. This aircraft's running so nicely now that we've managed to get on top of it a little bit. Would have been bumpy with the H of 8 in that field. It certainly would have been, wouldn't it? Crikey. Right then, chaps. Ladies and gents, should I say. I'm just going to nip away for 2 minutes. I'll be back with you.
There's traffic, Fenix, 9 Golf Romeo, final runway 23, fully accomplished.
All right, we've not crashed. Right, we're back and we haven't crashed. We'd love to see it. Right, now we're coming over to Glasgow. It's a very flat-looking stadium there. Interesting, interesting. So, keep an eye out for Glasgow Airport. I mean, basically we're heading towards this. This is where we're going to exit. There's the aircraft we heard on Unicom. You can just see them there. Oh, wait, there's another one. Look at that. That'll be the aircraft we heard on Unicom there. I'm not sure what that other oops, I'm not sure what the other aircraft is. So Glasgow Airport should be, there it is. There it is. Very nice. I did say as well in the briefing, didn't I, that this is potentially going to be the busier, one of the busier areas of this route. So we're currently passing overhead Kingston Bridge, which is one of the other visual reporting points, which I assume is this bridge here. Glasgow's not been served very well, has it, by the UK updates? But nevertheless, there's the aircraft coming in for a landing there. Can't quite see what aircraft it is, unfortunately, but there it is, nevertheless. Maybe we can see on VATSIM. Oh, it's a 737-800 by Jet 2. The other aircraft we could see, which we can't really see now, is a departing aircraft from Glasgow. A320. It's so bumpy, man. It's so bumpy. Look at that, we warmed up a bit. We've plateaued at 15 degrees though. Let's get a little bit more of the cabin heat on the go, shall we? There we go. Beautiful stuff. Alrighty, so we're coming up onto Alexandria now, which should be here, right here. Love to see it. And then we're going to head up towards this lock, and we're going to follow that up the valley up to the top of it. And we're going to turn westbound. We're nearly there, actually, chat, to our first spot we're doing a touch and go at, which you'll love to see. Oh, listen to that sound, though. Such good sound in this chat. So, so good. The only thing I don't like about this plane is low wing. High wing usually more panoramic. Yeah, I agree. I agree. It's a lot easier to see out of a high wing, isn't it? Big bridge down here. There's a sea. Passengers doing all right. Very nice. We've got lighting in the back for the passenger there as well, for when it does get dark. Got a nice red light as well, which... Where does that one actually come from? Oh, there it is. We've got another light there. This one as well. Not sure how you actually turn this one on. I think the control is somewhere down here, actually. If I remember correctly. Maybe wrong about that one. Swap fuel tanks again now. Oh, I just span it. I think you right click it, but it doesn't seem to work. Yeah, not quite sure on that one off the top of my head. Right, we're heading up there yonder. $63 minutes remaining. We're absolutely smashing it. Oh, sorry, that's 63 gallons. My apologies. Got 5 hours and 6 remaining. That is absolutely mad. I think I said the max endurance, didn't I, was 5 hours earlier on. Crazy. Oh, life preservers. We forgot to pack out life jackets. I did not actually know you had to click there to put them in. Amazing. Alright, let's see if I can work out how to turn this light on real quick. Here we go, the beautiful Scottish Highlands. So weird how the trim is up here. Yeah, it's right click apparently to turn it on, but I can't seem to get it to do its thing. I mean, you can also get it in the tablet, I believe, so... So it'd be spotlight there. There it is, it's on. I don't think the right click function is working at the moment. Probably because maybe I'm using the legacy interaction mode, maybe? Oh, there we go. You've got a left click and then right click. Aha. So is that how I turn it on and off then? Oh, wow. I can't figure out how to turn it off, to be quite honest with you. Doesn't look like there's a button on there though, does it? Interesting. Right, let me just focus up here for a second. So we're still above the lock. We're heading basically to the top of it. So let's just go a bit more to the right here. We've already had that song. Alrighty, so it does say in the manual, it has quite a few functions. Bulb dimming is adjusted with the rotating bezel at the rear of the lamp body, which is a bit tricky to grab in the simulator. Therefore, we've created an additional click spot for this action using the lamp brackets. Okay. We already worked that one out. Left click and drag action on the lamp body controls its direction, and a right click switches between red and white filter modes. Okay, it doesn't actually tell you how exactly how to turn it on. It tells you how to adjust the various functions, but not actually turn it on. Alrighty then. You know what we should be doing really in cruise flight is we should be using up the fuel in the tip tanks first. Which we're not currently. Right, so we do need to turn westbound. Heading basically towards this lock here. Then we're going to follow that valley through. Alright, shall we use some of the fuel out of the tip tanks first? We'll use both because I am definitely going to forget to switch those over. Use both at the same time. I don't necessarily think it would be wrong to do that. Got a little light reflecting off this little tarn here. Scotland is absolutely stunning in this sim. Shame about Glasgow, but I mean the Highlands look absolutely ridiculously good in this sim, I have to say. One second, chat, sorry. Has anyone been to the Scottish Highlands in the real world, except for Dio, who isn't here, obviously? Shall we test this for science? Listen to the sound. It won't let you open. Oh, look, it is open. Look at that. It is actually open, but it's just sort of flapping in the wind. That is incredible. That is so cool. Yeah, Mariner, I agree, dude. I agree. That's what inspired me to do this route today because, yeah, stunning. Scotland's so nice looking in the sim. Used to drive to John O'Groats every week, then back to Cheshire next day. Crikey, that is quite the drive. What was that for? Was that for work? Hang on a minute. We should actually be able to achieve 75% power at this altitude. So hang on a minute. Let's just go up to 2400 RPM. And we'll put the manifold to 22.8. 73% horsepower. Add a bit of mixture. There we are. Love to see it. Very, very nice. Alrighty, here we are. Lovely stuff, chats. Lovely stuff. Scottish Islands is insane, isn't it? Look at that, though. Crikey. We've done so well with the weather today as well. It's so perfect weather for VFR, really, isn't it? Hope I had a good break. I did indeed, Mariner. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah. Up to the nuclear power station in Dounreay. Interesting, interesting. Beautiful drive, especially North Perth. Yeah, I can imagine, dude. Yeah. Never driven in Scotland myself. I would like to. Wonderful view it is, isn't it? Absolutely stunning. It's going to get even more stunning shortly as well. Found out last night too, one of the devil from this aircraft is from one of the developers of this aircraft is from the town you live. No way, that is crazy. That is so cool, dude. Have you got in touch and told them? How's it going, Daz? It's going good. Yeah, we've just about recovered from our incident earlier on. And we're doing good now. We're doing good. 8.5 hours. Crikey, that's such a big drive, Biggles. Yeah. I struggle to drive to London and back in a day. In fact, I refuse to do that now. Let's see, how are things looking in the aircraft? All looking pretty hunky-dory there. You even got the prop pitch here as well. You can see the prop pitch here at the top, which is very, very cool. So much detail here. It's ridiculous. Yeah, each of the cylinders are individually... all of these components you can see all individually simulated in this aircraft. It's absolutely crazy. As well as the electric system being fully simulated, all aspects of it. You can see all the values updating in real time, which is just so, so cool. Right, here we are then, chat. So we're just about to come overhead to Oban Airport, which is just down here, I believe. I've actually installed the scenery for Oban Airport as well, because that is the alternate for this trip, just in case we did need to divert. And then over yonder, just somewhere along this coastline here, we've got Glenforsa Airfield, which is where we're doing our first touch and go. Look at this though, look how detailed the DEM is. It is incredible. Yeah, so we're going to be heading basically across this bay here, down for a touch and go, and then up this way yonder. So shall we see if we can get an ATIS real quick from Oban Airport? There it is. No ATIS there. Okay, so we can't get an ATIS there, but can we get a METAR somehow? No METAR available. Neither is at Glenforsa. Okay, we'll have to try another close airfield then. Broadford is where we're ending up. No METAR there either. Okay, Islay, which is 101 kilometers away, but we've basically got winds from 340 at 11 knots there. I mean, we could of course cheat and use this guy. You can see basically got a bit of a headwind where we are currently. Oh, look at that. Nice and warmed up here in the cabin as well. You love to see it. So we're probably landing on the, I think it's runway 26. So I think 26 is probably going to be better for us. For our touch and go. So I think we should start descending now, I think. So let's bring the power back. I'm going to turn the music off for the approach here. We'll get a bit of a descent going on then, shall we? So, is there a descent checklist? It's approach checklist, we'll take that one. So, autopilot master is, well, we've got it in at the moment. Fuel pump will get on. Fuel selectors, let's actually see. We have drained a little bit from the tip tanks, but let's go to the main tanks for this one. So we'll go to the right main, turn the left off. Fuel levels are checked, fuel pressure is checked, mixture will go to rich. Prop will go full forwards. Carb heat will leave on a little bit here just for the descent. Airspeed 120 miles per hour. Gear will get down as we approach, and flaps will get down as we approach. GUMP. I'm not sure what that abbreviation is off the top of my head. So we'll come back on the power. We'll get the AP off actually. Flight manually in for the rest of the way. Car beat full before reducing power in the descent. Good tip there, Sir Teabag. Probably a bit late to do that now, but let's just run it for a couple of minutes here. Get the headphones off. Going to be a task to see this airstrip with that sun on the water there. It is just round the corner a little bit though, so it might be alright. Getting a beep there because I'm just reducing the power a bit too much. It feels so nice to fly though, chat. I do have to say. Car beat back in when you need to add power, of course. Indeed. Hearing a few clunks here and there. Slightly disconcerting. Have I tried the Fokker yet? No, I haven't. No, I've had a look at it in the flight deck, but not actually flown it yet. We're going to be flying that on Friday. Oh, so there is a METAR for Oban. Thank you very much for that, Mariner. So we got winds 290 at 9 knots. Oops, not paying attention. So yeah. Runway, same runway is still going to be applicable. These views though, chat, come on now. Come on now. See if we can spot a castle somewhere around it. I'm sure there's a castle around here somewhere. So just after we get around this bend, we should start to see the airfield, I think. Should just be somewhere along here. Might not be able to do a straight-in approach here, but we might have to do a traffic pattern, but we'll see. Right, so the open QNH 1015, which will set. 015 is set. Get the carb heat in now. Oops, god damn it. There's the runway there. See if we can maybe do a straight in there without doing a traffic pattern. Drop the gear down. Control the speed a bit. Get a bit of flap out. Looks like the gear is working. It's good to see. Oopsie daisies. Gear's down and locked. Get a little bit more flap out. We want about 95 miles per hour for the approach speeds. Definitely looking a bit high here. Probably turned in a bit too early there, unfortunately. We'll go to idle power. There's the runway. Landing lights should be on. Definitely got a bit of crosswind to contend with here. Not sure what's going on with that boat. And there's a tree right on the threshold there, which is unfortunate. Oh baby, we've got quite a lot of crosswind here. Look at that windsock. It's perpendicular. I don't think we're going to make it down this time, unfortunately, chat. Yeah, let's do a go around. We'll just do a traffic pattern around, that's fine. Gear can come up. We'll get 2-stage of flap up. We'll just come up to 1,000 feet and just come back round. Nice little view of the airstrip though, I have to say. Alright, we've still got 1 stage of flap out, we'll just leave it out. Oh, I've lost it. There it is. Probably a bit tight in here actually. Where are we? There she is. Right. Let's go idle power. Gear down. I'm going to just extend the downwind just a tiny bit here because we climbed a bit more than I wanted to. Yeah, feeling a bit better about this time. Final stage of flap. What is going on with that boat? This is tough, chat. This is tough. Tough conditions. That tree is so badly placed. Oh, flared a bit too much there. And a bit too much there. There we go. Oh, oof, that was rough. Oof. Oh my days, that was not good at all. Right, okay, we're abandoning that place, man. Oh my god, that was extremely difficult, actually. Right, flaps up, gears up. Let's go on to our next destination, shall we? We'll have a look at the landing rate in just a second. You guys probably saw it pop up in the top left. Okie dokies. So we'll go ahead and get the fuel pump off. Landing lights can come off now. Not sure why that keeps popping up there. We'll get the gear off as well. Third time lucky. We're not trying that one again, Captain KV. We're only doing a touch and go anyway. Let's see, landing rates. Apparently you're supposed to be able to click this and it shows you it again. Doesn't seem to want to show. Okay, maybe that's not fully implemented just yet. There's another leg after this one. So I was originally going to do one more touch and go and then the final leg, but I think what we'll do now is we'll actually just go oh no, we've probably got time for a touch and go. We'll be going past there anyway. So we're going basically from Fort Augustus airfield on the next leg to Broadford, which is a very, very short leg, but that's where we're going next. If that helps at all. So yeah, one more leg, but like I say, we're only doing a touch and go at Fort Augustus, and then a very, very short leg to our final destination. Go back up to 6,000 feet. Get us nice and clear of these mountains. Hopefully the wind's not whipping too much at Broadford. Is it Broadford? Yes. Right, let's lean us out a little bit here. And we're coming up to level off. It is quite a challenge to land this aircraft, I'm not going to lie. It's not the easiest out of all the GA aircraft I've flown in the sim. Which I think it's quite well known of, this aircraft. I think it's not really a beginner's aircraft, I suppose. Not really my first Piper. Although I might just be covering here. I might just be throwing excuses. Just trying to get trimmed out and level here. Getting jostled about like nothing else here. Righto. Oh my days, can you hear that wind sound, chat? That is wild. I would probably be feeling very, very sick in this aircraft right about now, I have to say. How about you? Oh my days. Right, let's get the altitude hold in there and let's get our cruise power setting 22.8. That's good. Lean her off a bit. There we go. Good. Alrighty, you almost don't really need to even look at the leaner peak, or listen to the engine sounds for leaning the engine off. Is you can just kind of aim for the percentage of power you want to go for. Oh my god. It showed on the screen, like you said, it was 190, was it? Yeah, I'm not sure why. You're supposed to be able to click this and it reappears, but it doesn't seem to be doing that. Let's turn off the auto hide maybe for next time. Yeah, right then guys, so next leg, we're basically just following this lock all the way up, and then we'll be following Loch Lochy straight after it all the way up, and then we're going to go up to Loch Ness, and then make our next touch and go. This next touch and go should be even more difficult, to be quite honest with you. The yeah, the amount of space for maneuvering in the next valley is very limited. Look at the wings though. They look so good with the sunlight. You can really see all of the little bumps and nicks, and see where it's been riveted together, where it's sort of where the metal's sort of been compressed down. I don't know the right word, but I'm sure you can see what I mean. Absolutely fantastic. Right, so technically we should be at 1013 now, given that we're above 3,000 feet. Absolutely powering on here. Some rough going, this chap. Very rough going. So who wants to see more of this aircraft on stream then? Who wants to see some more VFR flights? Maybe not even VFR. I mean, this thing is certainly capable of IFR as well. I think I'm definitely going to fly it a bit more on the stream. Especially on VATSIM. Get a little bit more acquainted with the VFR procedures on VATSIM. We do have a bit of drift there. We do have a bit of drift, but I'm not actually gonna bother changing it at the moment because it's just gonna be too difficult to do with this turbulence. KV prefers the airliners. Fair enough. Fair enough. Just interested to see. Let's have a look here. So if we bring up the tablet here. Just gonna turn down the turbulence strength a bit, see what happens. Oh yeah, that's a bit smoother, isn't it? Not much, mind. It's still rocking quite a lot. It's hard to use these sliders when it's so bumpy. There we go. Already. I think doing some VFR in a more heavily populated area of aircraft as well might be quite interesting, I think. That straight crosswind, no wonder it's so bumpy. Pretty nice speed though, 163 knots, absolutely tonking it. VATSIM Sim, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. How does this compare to JustFlight PA28? Let me just put the headphones on. Yeah, I mean it's quite a bit more complex and quite a bit more in depth than the PA28s. I mean the PA28s are very good. Don't get me wrong. They do have a very nice flight model, and they do have some sort of persistence. They have persistence, don't they? And they do have quite, you know, they do have things that you can, you know, mess up in the plane. But the level of detail here, VATSIM Sim, is just on a whole other world, really, compared to the JustFlights. Like, for example, we were looking at this earlier on. You know, you've got the temperature inside the cabin modelled here. You can see we're doing nice and toasty to 21 degrees. You know, we've got wear and tear modelled on all of these different components on the airframe. Got wear and tear modelled on all of these different components of the engine, which is just crazy. Along with, you know, having to choose a certain oil level, oil grade, spark plugs, all sorts of stuff. And then you've got each individual cylinder of the engine modelled along with the spark plugs, the exhausts, the vents and all the different working components inside the engine. You can see them all whirring away there, as well as the magnetos and everything. It's just so in depth in terms of the simulation. And then you've got the full electric system modelled as well, which you can see working here, which is just, yeah. I mean, obviously JustFlight are doing some of that stuff, but I don't think it's quite this level, is it? Still very insane to watch. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm glad you're enjoying it. That's all for Broadford. Oh, good. Good. Ex-bro. I didn't realise that was the code for Broadford. I thought it was different. Oh, that's actually using the weather from EGPL, which is 95 kilometers away. Crikey. Nevertheless, I think it's still going to be a landing on 2.5 at Broadford. And here at Fort Augustus, we're going to be landing on runway 22. There is a windsock as well at the airfields. I'm also, guys, I'm not showing you any charts during this flight because there essentially aren't any charts for these airports, at least for what are publicly available. Probably might have to pay and get them, but also I bumped up the shadow quality again, chat, by the way. Look at how crisp and nice the shadows look there on the wing. So nice. Right, I think we should probably start descending now then. So let's come down here yonder. We'll get these guys turned on. Just pull the carb heat out. We'll go mixture rich, prop full, and we'll bring back the power. Not sure why the tablet pops up when you use some of these shortcuts here. I wish it didn't. And we'll get rid of the altitude holds. We'll start down. There's Loch Ness up there. This is Loch Lochy below us. And our airstrip should be somewhere nestled in this corner here. So that's quite a bit of nose down, isn't it? Let's trim up a bit. Let's disconnect the autopilot. Just fly this manually. Good. Okay. AP master can come off. You can really feel the wind and the turbulence, I feel like, in this aircraft. Much more than you can in any other aircraft that I've flown in the sim. It's absolutely wild. AFE Pooley's flight guides are brill for this. I'll have to look into that. I don't think I've ever seen those before. Otto says I like both short GAF, VFR, and then anything in IFR. Yeah, good. Yeah, I mean, maybe this was perhaps quite a long trip for VFR potentially. But hey ho. It is cross country after all. Alrighty. Remember flying A2As in the old days? Looks fab. Yeah, it is very nice, I have to say. Very nice indeed. Right, so we don't have any meta, so let's just grab the QNH off here. 101.6. Oh, I've not switched the fuel tank in a while, have I? Alrighty, who's ready for our next touch and go then, chats? Absolutely stunning conditions. Let's just more or less level off here to let the speed come back. Is the Concorde worth buying? I see it's on sale now. I have no idea. I've not used it personally. How you doing back there? Looking forward to another rough landing? Sure you are. Right, so we should be able to see our next airstrip somewhere over here. I think that's it right there. It's nestled in. Alrighty. Ah, yeah, there it is. It's our 1 o'clock. There she is. Gonna be a tough one. If I remember this one correctly, it is quite a tough one because of this terrain here. Drop the gear here. Come to idle power. Oops. There she is. Oh my days, that's a bit too much nose down. Might have to cut it in a bit earlier here. Some flap out. A bit more. Where is it? There it is. Bit more. Oh, it's going to be so difficult to see. There it is. Oh, the trees again. Look at that windsock. That's a go around. I'm going to try that with a bit less flap this time. Guessing a 156. Let's see, let's see. It's so difficult to do this approach without head tracking. It would be perfect to have head tracking. Let's drop the gear again. I will just do it with one stage of flap, I think. There it is. Oh, I've way overshot that. This is going to be difficult to correct for. Oh, I've absolutely naffed it up again. Alright, let's swing it back around to the right here and just do a nice little tight. I don't need less up. I need less speed. I mean, yeah, definitely less speed, but it is very difficult to control in this wind with all that flap out. Let's see how we can do. The approach speed in this aircraft is supposed to be 95 miles per hour though, which you can see I'm actually doing. Stall warning. Yeah, it does feel a lot better to control without the without full flaps, I have to say. Well, I've totally overshot it again. We can probably make this though, I think. Don't hit the fence. There we go. That wasn't too bad. Tough, but not too bad at all, I don't think. Alrighty. I'll take that. I'll take that. Right, let's go back up to 4,500 feet. And we're basically just going to head straight over this hill, over the wind farm. And on to our final destination. Alrighty. Landing lights off, fuel pump can come off. I don't think that was too shabby. What do you think, chat? It is a very difficult approach, I have to say. Very, very difficult approach. There's the wind farm. I'd need new underwear if I was a passenger, yeah, probably. Yeah, I'm just keen to get on to the last place now, chat, just because of the incident earlier on. It's put me behind somewhat, and I'd quite like to have my tea tonight. Right, so here's the next little mini lock. going to go up to 4,500 feet. Oh, I had the carb heat on the whole time. I completely forgot about that one. When the wind farms look proper in Microsoft Flight Simulator, they do actually look very good, don't they? Where to now? On to Broadford on the Isle of Skye, which is our destination for today. Not too terribly far, probably just under the same distance it took us to get from Glenforsa to here. So just leveling off at 4,500, or trying to. Alrighty, and down to 2,400 on the RPMs. Lean off. Good. Righto. Oh wow, that trim is so strong up there. Oops. I wonder if that would have a little bit more finer control, but does not appear to. Right, there we go. 4,500 feet. Should keep us 1,000 foot above these next mountains. I'm basically just going to follow this valley through. And then we should reach basically the sea. And we should have a destination not too far in front. Headphones back on. There's a festival near there. I've been invited to. You could have given me a lift. Well, oh, amazing. Which festival is that? That would be so cool in this area. Let's see if we can get a screenshot real quick. We've not taken any screenshots today, have we? Nice. Look at that. Whew. Oh my days, what just happened? Alrighty, how am I blurring the background? Blurring the background you do on a showcase camera. You can just use the drone focus here. I'm using manual focus. You can see, well. There we go, you can see, if you adjust this, you can adjust where the camera is focusing and therefore the background blur. But you can also do it using the Xbox controller. That's what I was using just then. Oh, a cloud. Okay. We probably shouldn't be going through this. Looks like we've got no choice now, though. Should be close to that valley anyway, so let's turn to the right. Please no more crashes today. Look at the needles bobbing around in turbulence. So cool. This is insane, chat. Get out of this little thin cloud. There we go. So there we go. That's pretty much the sea there. This lock leads out to the sea there, and then the Isle of Skye we've got over there, which is looking rather cloudy, I have to say. Mariners behind us. I don't see you, man. Are you on live players? Yeah, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Just watched a video on the injector and base models like 3 hours ago. Very good. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed it. I hope it helped you. Is Loch Orr near there? I'm not sure, actually. All the locks aren't labelled here on my map. Loch Orr is... I mean, it's relatively near here, yeah, but not quite where we're at currently. We probably actually flew over it a little bit earlier on, actually. Still got contact with the ground. Pretty special flying, isn't it, really, chat? It's a screenshot hour right here. Oh, you can see me. Oh, I wonder why I can't see you. Right, so here we are. Here's the sea. Isle of Skye over here. See the black Cullen over there. Ah, it doesn't look too bad, does it? So our airport is just basically behind this ridge here, roughly speaking. And we're going to land on runway 25. There is a little area right on the next to the runway threshold that says avoid overflying, which is quite crazy. Nevertheless, let's start down, shall we? Headphones off. Okie dokies. We'll get the autopilot master off. Landing lights on. Fuel pump on. Prop is full. Mixture is full. Carb heat is currently on. Leave that on for now. Get the cabin heat off now as well. We might be able to just about manage a straight in here. We've got 1016, winds 295, so it's still going to be a crosswind landing. I don't know why I can't see you, Mariner. I don't know what's going on there. At least you can see me, eh? Right, so we should be able to just follow this coastline here, and that should put us onto final, basically. Oh, the gear horn. Someone asked earlier on about the gear horn. Can you pull the breaker for it? I'm not sure. Doesn't look like it. No, it doesn't seem like there's a breaker for the gear horn. There's the runway. Try and bring that speed back now. Ice and volcano eruption today. One side collapsed, really, crikey. Switch to the right fuel tank for the approach. And the approach checklist is complete. There's a runway. I think there is actually a PAPI here. Kind of chilly in that cabin. It is, yeah. I turned the cabin heater off for the approach. Let's just get a little bit of warmth coming in, shall we? There is a PAPI, but I can't really see it at the moment because of the trees. It says avoid overflying this area as well, so we're going to skirt around that. Actually, no, it's talking about a different area. Right here, I think. Alrighty, here we go, chat. The longest runway we've landed on today. Let's drop the gear. Go for one stage of flap. Broadford traffic, Golf Bravo, Foxtrot Zulu Yankee. We're a PA24 on final for runway 23. Broadford traffic. Another stage of flap. Oh. I can't get used to the flare in this. It feels like I might have my sensitivity a bit too high. Ask Mariner if he's streaming. He should be in the chat. Next Microsoft Flight Sim should have volcano eruptions. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. They're going to have tornadoes. Alrighty, so back onto downwind. We'll drop the gear here. Not sure how close Mariner is behind me. I can't see him in front. Just do one stage of flap this time. Broadford traffic, Golf Zulu Yankee, turning base, or runway 23. Broadford traffic. There we go. We're on the pappies this time. Just. I've overshot it by quite a large amount. Oops. No. Oof. God, the weather cocking.
Broadford traffic, short final, runway 2 something.
Let's get off the runway then. Broadford traffic, we are clear of the runway, Broadford. Oh, there he is. That was a really short final, crikey. Lovely stuff. Oof. Oh, look at all that smoke. Crikey. Lovely stuff. Alrighty. Hey, not too bad on the landing though. 1.1 Gs, 131 feet per minute. Definitely could have been better, but I'll take it, considering it's pretty rough, pretty ropey conditions here. Okay, we'll get the landing lights off then. Fuel pump and pitot heat can come off. We'll pull in here. Here we are, welcome to Broadford on the Isle of Skye chats. Hope you guys enjoyed that. Flaps are all the way up. Glad you enjoyed it, Mike. Glad you enjoyed it, my friends. Not sure where exactly we're supposed to park here, but let's come in here. Oof, a little bit quick there, coming in. Right, so parking brake can be set there. We'll pull the, hang on a minute. Yeah, we'll pull the mixture. Beacon can come off. Get the radios off. And the ADF. Lovely stuff. Alrighty then, chat. Welcome. Hope you guys enjoyed that once again. Lovely stuff. Right, let's just get everything turned off, as the aircraft will be like this when I next used it. So, after landing checklist, flaps are up, strobes are off, fuel pump off, mixture leaned, trim. We didn't neutralize it, but there we go. Trim's neutral and shut down checklist, parking brake set, radios off, transponder is off. Should have turned the radios off before I turned the engine off. Transponder isn't off either. There we go. Avionics master off. Master off. Throttle closed, mixture idle, cut off, magnetos off, control wheel We'll secure that. Doors and windows, we'll close those in a minute. We'll just do our final checks as it is quite breezy here. Let's just come back out here and just come around. We'll get a tie down in here. Come over this side, we'll get another tie down there, and we'll put in another tie down there as well. Which one is the wheels? I can't remember. There it is. Get the chocks in as well. There's the chocks. This stuff. Put that in there. And we'll jump out. Bloop. Lovely stuff. Unfortunately, you can't close the door from the outside. But if you can, if you go here. No. Okay. Never mind. Well, welcome, guys. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So I think somebody asked earlier on, what was the second airstrip we landed at? That was Fort Augustus Airfield. The one before that was Glenforsa. And this one is Broadford on the Isle of Skye. Right, guys. Unfortunately, I didn't remember to record a replay there, but I hope you guys enjoyed nevertheless. Yeah, not too bad of a landing to finish up with there. Once again, hope you guys enjoyed. Thank you so much for watching. I'm going to leave it here. Let's just get a nice little shot for the outro here, shall we? All of these sceneries we've seen today, except for Leeds Bradford, of course, is freeware sceneries. And I did actually link them earlier on in the Discord and on my Facebook post that I did, as well as the YouTube post. So if you want to download them, by all means, you can find them there. But guys, I hope you enjoyed. Thank you once again. Enjoy the rest of your evening. I'll catch you again on Friday for some Fokker VOR flying action. Captain KV, which aircraft I initially trained on? I used the Cessna 152 in the sim. But guys, enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you so much for watching once again. I'll catch you in the next one. Bye for now.